Good morning. The Committee of the Whole of November 17th, 2022 is hereby called to order. We are going to do this a little different today because I'm still waiting for folks to file in, but we have a long, exhaustive day, and we need to start this meeting, not to mention that we indicated that the meeting would start at 10 o'clock, and I endeavor always to start the meetings on time in as much as possible. So I wish to move forward, so I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk, instead of us reading the roll call first, we're going to ask if there's any correspondence to be read into the record this morning.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman.
You may proceed.
November 17th, 2022, Honorable Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. Dear Chairman Donna Fred Gregory, unfortunately, due to a previously scheduled meeting, I will not be able to attend today's hearing for the Committee of the Whole scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. I am asking that I be recorded as excused. I do apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Legislative Secretary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. November 17th, 2022, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. Dear Madam President, due to previously scheduled travel, I will be absent from the Committee of the Whole hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 17th, 2022. Please mark me as excused and be sure to send any pertinent information regarding the meeting to my office. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Senator Javan E. James Sr., 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, please be informed due to prior engagements that I will be unable to attend the Committee of the Whole scheduled for today, Thursday, November 17th, 2022, at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. I am asking that my absence be recorded as excused. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator, 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Fred Gregory, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole scheduled for today, Thursday, November 17th, 2022. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. VLA, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do believe we have a quorum. I believe I'm seeing the Senate on St. Croix, so roll call, please. Recognize the mic of the clerk, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator.
All right.
Did you call Senator Franklin Johnson's name? Okay, so I guess the information is coming through the mic. You may proceed. Continue. Okay, his name wasn't called yet. Go ahead. Proceed.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru absent. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker absent. Madam Chair, we have 9 members present, 6 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established. Please mark Senator James, Senator Graff, and Senator Whitaker as excused. And we will await the arrival of Senator Vialli. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Block 1, Asia E. Bratwit, ZAT 2213, request to rezone parcel number 173A66, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Asia E. Bratwit, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Sunshine Parking, LLC, ZAT 2214, request that a use variance be granted to the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood, Zone Parcel Number 18A, Remainder Estate Smith Bay, Numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Richard P. Bourne-Vanak, Esquire, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Petrus Properties, LLC, ZAT 2212, request to rezone lease area 47D1, Comprendence Quarter, St. Thomas, Quarter, St. Thomas, from P Public to B3 Business Scattered. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Alison Petrus, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Block 2, E&C Development, LLC, ZAT 229, request to rezone parcel number 2, Remainder Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R3, residential medium density, to C, commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Kent Bonaire, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Diego A. Lima Jr., ZAT 2215, request to rezone parcel number 3-103, Remainder Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R3, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Diego A. Lima Jr., applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leslie Phipps, grant of entrance easement for the government from the government of the Virgin Islands by and through its Department of Property and Procurement, grantor, to Leslie Phipps, grantee. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Leslie Phipps, grantee. Block 3, the Soroya Diasi Kofelt Living Trust, ZAT 224, request to rezone 19F1, Remainder, and 19N, Remainder Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, from A1, Agricultural, to R3, Residential Medium Density, and C, Commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Soraya Diasi Kofelt, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Brian Turnbull, Zoning Consultant. Market Square East Inc., ZAT 2211, request to amend the official zoning map number STZ7 from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family and C commercial to B2 business secondary neighborhood and R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family for parcels number L 1, 1, 1, 1 remainder, C1, C remainder, D remainder, GH, MN, PS, ROW. Parcel numbers 1A, CA, DA, Q, and R, Estate Rappoon, number 5B, New Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcels number 111, 111, 11 remainder, 15B1, 15B2, 15B3, 15F, 1151, ROW, parcel numbers 13 revised 1 and 13 revised remainder, Estate Duno, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Gershwin Sproul, President and CEO, Market Square East, Inc., Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we're going to start today with Block 1. I see that we have all of the applicants before us as well as the government representative. So I'm going to start with the government representative, the Assistant Commissioner. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Madam President and all other members of the Rules Committee, the Committee of the Whole. My name is Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I will be representing the Commissioner, Jean-Pierre Oriol, this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. And the Territorial Planner for the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Good morning, Leah Matthew, Territorial Planner with DPN Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and with Ms. Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone.
Okay, so I see that we're already starting out with a bit of a challenge with the information coming through from St. Croix. So I'm going to ask media to definitely look into that as we proceed with the other testifiers. I see that Ms. Palomis is here. Can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Thank you. Who speaks to ZAT-22-13? Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. My name is Asia Brathwaite.
Thank you. Who speaks to ZAT-22-14, Sunshine Parking? Please put your name and title on the record. You're muted, Attorney Bordenek.
Richard P. Bordenek.
Okay.
Counsel for Sunshine Parking, LLC.
Okay. And who speaks to ZAT-2212, Petrus Properties, LLC? Please put your name and title on the record.
Kiana Petrus, Director of Operations.
All right. Okay, so we've covered that. So we're going to ask that the applicants prepare themselves to provide testimony with regards to the zonings that's before us on this first block. And we're going to start with ZAT-22-13. Asia Bratwit, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, and all the other honorable distinguished senators in attendance at this important committee of the whole hearing. My name is Asia Ebony Brathwaite, a local aspiring business person who was born and raised on the island of St. Thomas. The art of cosmetology has been a passion of mine that has developed over the years. From the age of 12, I was fascinated with how it allowed me to express my creativity. From grade 9 to 12, I enrolled in high school cosmetology course to give me a great head start in my aspiring goal. After graduating in 1998, I enrolled at Dudley's Beauty College in Washington, D.C., where I obtained my certificate in cosmetology. I returned to the Virgin Islands in the year 2000 and was able to obtain employment by the government of the Virgin Islands Department of Health Division while I am still employed. Today, I am testifying on behalf of myself. However, my mother, Miss Charlene White, who is a property owner, supports me in such endeavors. Ms. White holds a warranty deed since December 7, 1988. I am requesting the parcel number 173-A66, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter, and St. Thomas be rezoned from R-2 Residential Low Density 1 and 2 Family to Business to B-2 Business Secondary Neighborhood. The surrounding properties are as follows. The north of the property is 173 8-A10 vacant land. The south of the property is 173-306 Anna's Retreat, which belongs to my Aunt Claudette Donovan. This property is served as the main access to the property. The east of the property is 173-A65 vacant land. The west of the property is 173-A67 belongs to Michael Thomas. The distance between the closest neighboring residence is about 50 feet. Madam President, since I am a full-time government employee, the business will operate on a part-time basis. The hours of operation will be conducted in the evening from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., weekends from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and some holidays. Services are by appointments only. The number of persons in the waiting area of the salon is limited to 1 person. There will only be 5 slots on the property to provide parking availability. There are no cultural historical resources, endangered plants, and animals on the property. There is no flooding or gut on the property. Water sources is provided by the Cistern and Water Power Authority Portable Water Services. Madam President and Senators, with my export hairstyling skills and my dedication to customer service, I am certain that I would be an invaluable asset to my community and the future small business. My goal is to not only to provide a service for others, but also to create an environment that fosters opportunities for young girls who are seeking the same career path and avenues to express themselves. Being able to contribute to my community ignites my passion and my continuous effort to grow within the profession. In closing, I sincerely ask for your support and vote for the rezoning of the new and improved salon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. We're now going to go to the representative, Mr. Richard P. Bonverneck, Esquire of ZAT 22-14. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, staff, testifiers, and friends. My name is Richard P. Bonverneck, and I am an attorney in private practice and legal counsel for the applicant Sunshine Parking, LLC, which is seeking this body's approval of zoning map application ZAT-22-14. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to offer testimony in support of this application. This application is not a rezoning application. It is an application for a use variance to amend official zoning map number STZ-10 to grant a use variance to the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood zoning for parcel number 18A, remainder Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarters, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The application is submitted by Sunshine Parking, LLC, a U.S. Virgin Islands limited liability company. The applicant is the fee owner of the property by quitclaim deed dated August 31st, 2005, recorded March 1st, 2006, in the Office of the Recorder of Deeds, St. Thomas, St. John, as document number 2006001967. The property is comprised of parcel number 18A, Estate Smith Bay, consisting of approximately 1.23 acres as shown on PWD drawing number D9-380-T86 dated December 18th, 1986, with the exception of parcel number 18A-7, Estate Smith Bay, consisting of approximately 0.212 acres as shown on OLG drawing number D9-4905-T90 dated March 19th, 1990. Pursuant to Section 238B of Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, the applicant, as the fee owner of the property, is authorized to initiate this petition for amendment of the relevant zoning map. As noted, the applicant acquired the property in 2005 pursuant to Act 7480, May 3rd, 2013. Parcel 18A, Estate Smith Bay, was rezoned from R-3 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. The property has been maintained as a gated parking lot facility with a lot attendant building and services the area commonly known as Red Hook. As is well known by all of us, Red Hook and its immediately adjacent areas have developed into the center of private and commercial marine activity, including in particular recreational boating and charter boat businesses on St. Thomas. Section 237C of Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code provides in pertinent part that in reviewing a petition for amendment to a zoning map, the Planning Office of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, quote, shall consider in particular changes that have taken place in the Virgin Islands in patterns of development and land use, the supply of land and its suitability for varied purposes, and whether the changes are in harmony with the general plan of development of the Virgin Islands, ending quote. On or about June 29th, 2022, the applicant submitted the application to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for processing in accordance with applicable statutory procedures set forth in Title 29. The application was then reviewed by DPNR, and when deemed complete, the department issued a notice of public hearing scheduled for August 11th, 2022. As prescribed by statute, the notice was published on July 28th and August 9th, 2022. On August the 11th, 2022, the public hearing was held at which I presented the application, responded to questions from Ms. Leah Laplace, Territorial Planner at DPNR, and was available to answer any questions from the general public. There were no questions from the general public. Subsequent to the public hearing, DPNR, as prescribed by statute, held an open period for public comment, following which the department submitted the application to the legislature with a favorable recommendation that it be approved. This application requests a use variance to permit the applicant to provide storage and warehousing services which will principally be beneficial to the surrounding marine industry. The property is in close proximity to a high concentration of marine vessels, both located at docks and at moorings. The applicant has 105 parking spaces at present, of which usually no more than 60 spaces are occupied, with the exception for the July 4th during St. John Carnival period. It seeks to place approximately 29 storage container units, each measuring 8 feet by 20 feet, on the rear and western portions of the property, which will leave it with approximately 77 parking spaces, which it will continue to offer to the public as traditional vehicle parking. The applicant's objective is to better utilize parking spaces, which currently sit vacant 364 days of the year, to meet a demand in the immediate area for storage, principally of boat equipment, parts, and paraphernalia. It must be noted that boats will not be stored at Sunshine Parking. It will not become a dry dock. The subject property is surrounded by vehicle parking lots. To the north and east by the parking lot for East End Plaza, which is the location of the IRB. To the south by the parking lot for Galleria East End and Moe's Market. And to the west by the parking lot for Red Hook condominiums. Additionally, the new parking garage developed by the Virgin Islands Port Authority at the Erman Fredericks Marine Terminal in 2019 is in close proximity to the property and accommodates more than 170 vehicles. However, there are no facilities for storage of marine equipment and spare parts, such as sails, anchors, masts, engines, ropes, heavy chain, and miscellaneous marine items, despite the heavy concentration of the marine industry in the area. At the present time, available storage and warehouse facilities are located several miles from the Red Hook area. Moreover, those facilities, which serve the entire island of St. Thomas, are in heavy demand. Consequently, private boat owners, marine businesses, operators, and associated boat repair businesses lack facilities to store replacement parts and equipment for vessels docked and moored in the Red Hook area and adjacent marinas. This scarcity makes it less attractive to base marine industry businesses on the east end of St. Thomas because of the attendant downtime needed to repair and return vessels to active service, particularly in peak seasons. Equally important, in the aftermath of extreme weather events such as tropical storms and hurricanes, the lack of conveniently located storage capacity is a major concern for the marine industry. In addition to the marine industry, local retailers, businesses, tradesmen, and residents have a need for convenient storage for larger sized items. Approval of the requested use variance would address these concerns because, one, the ability to store marine equipment and supplies in close proximity to nearby anchorages will further promote repair servicing and greatly assist the speedy recovery of vessels from storms and associated damage. And two, approval would enable local retailers, tradesmen, and residents to have convenient storage near the area of business and residence. The use variance sought in this application is fully consistent with Virgin Islands zoning law. First, commercial parking, quote, storage, live, and fleet parking, end quote, are all permitted uses for B2 zone areas, specified in section 228, the item 25B-2. Second, the dimensions of the storage container units proposed in the application are approximately within the dimensions specified in the statutory definition of parking space that is found in Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Section 225B-78. Third, the statutory definition of use, quote unquote, includes, quote, any manner of performance of such activity with respect to the performance standards of this subchapter, close quote. That is Section 229, Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Section 225B-10. While these statutory definitions do not authorize the applicant's proposal in the application, they do illustrate its close relationship to the activities already permitted as of right, making reasonable and appropriate the requested use variance. Finally, The requested variance would be consistent with the changing neighborhood character and the associated concentration of marine and retail activity. In that regard, the requested use variance would support and further small business development in the marine and retail industries. As noted, Section 237C of Title 29 directs the Planning Office to consider, quote, changes that have taken place in the Virgin Islands in patterns of development and land use, the supply of land, and its suitability for varied purposes, and whether the change is in harmony with the general plan of development of the Virgin Islands, close quote. It is respectfully submitted that the use variance for the property requested in this application fully reflects changes in the pattern of development and use of the Red Hook area and surrounding waters. The limited supply of suitable land to support the marine industry in the area, and in particular, is in harmony with the economic development of that industry in the Virgin Islands. For all the reasons set forth above, the approval of this application by the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands is requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bonvanek. We'll now hear from the representative of CAT 22-12, Petrus Properties, Ms. Kiana Petras. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning.
So,
Well, she is going to present, but I just wanted to introduce.
okay, so please put your name and title on the record.
Name is Alison Petros, and I'm the president for Petrus Properties. Madam Chair, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you and your colleagues for putting yourself out there to represent our community. Most people don't understand or realize how difficult of a job it is. You know, they think it's a whole lot of glitz and glamour. But I want to congratulate you guys and thank you guys for representing our community. This is part of our training process where we are having the next generation come forward and be a part of the development and growth of Petrus Properties. So you have my daughter, Kiana Petros.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable senators, and all. Today I'm here to
Put your name on the record again.
My name is Kiana Petras,
Thank you.
Director of Operations for Petrus Companies. Today I'm here to present to you on behalf of Petrus Properties, where we'd like to rezone 47D-1 Comprinzensgata from public to B3. Dear President Fred Gregory and fellow senators, as the President of Petrus Properties and Director of Operations, we come before you to request permission to rezone 47D-1 Comprinzensgata from P to B3. The property in question is owned by the government of the Virgin Islands and is administered through Property and Procurement. We have a month-to-month agreement with Property and Procurement, and we are close to executing a long-term lease for said property. The property will serve as an expansion of the footprint for Petrus Plaza, which has been in existence for close to 12 years. Since its inception, Petrus Plaza has been the home for many local businesses and our administrative office. It is with great pride that we boast of not having a single turnover in our tenancy since the opening of our plaza. The businesses that started with us are still with us. This speaks to our style of management. We are a landlord that operates with compassion. We have worked with our tenants through Irma and Maria, COVID, and the down cycles in the market. With a history of 100% occupancy and our willingness to grant lease opportunities to local startups, we are here before you with a request to expand our footprint by rezoning 47D-1 Comprinzensgata from public to B3 in order to construct a 2-story building that would allow us to provide space for startups and/or growth of local businesses. The footprint will yield approximately 7 leased spaces with 13 to 15 parking spaces. It is extremely hard to predict costs due to inflationary pressures and unknown construction factors, i.e. whether or not piling will be needed. This is based on experience with the first existing phase 1 of Petros Plaza. We thank you for this opportunity and look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Petros. We're now going to ask the representative, Mrs. Leah Laplace Matthew, from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to provide the reports. We're going to start first with ZAT 22-13. Mrs. Matthew, you
Good
may
morning.
proceed.
Good morning.
Before you go, can you Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Saru as present and Senator Gittins as present as well? You may proceed, Mrs. Matthew.
Okay, good morning. Just for clarification, are we reading all 3 reports, or we'll be doing 1 report and then the pictures?
These are pretty straightforward requests, so we're going to do the 3 reports, and then we're going to do the pictures, the design maps, or whatever is in the file after. We'll just be specific about which one is being presented. So please provide the testimony or the report on all 3. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. The first report for application ZAT-22-13 will be presented by Ms. Jewel Polimis.
Ms. Palomes, you may proceed.
And all. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-9, application number ZAT-22-13. Petition of Asia Brathwaite requesting that parcel number 173-A-66 Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter St. Thomas, be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Owner applicant. The applicant is Asia Brathwaite, daughter of the property owner. Property owner is Charlene White as per warranty deed dated December 7th, 1988. Acreage. The property comprises 4,064 square feet and is described on drawing number D9-4573-T88 dated December 7th, 1988. Current use. The property is currently being used for residential purposes with a 2-story single-family dwelling on it. Proposed use. To allow a converted laundry room to be used as a beauty salon. Surrounding uses and zones. The surrounding properties are zoned R2 and are vacant or have single and 2-family dwellings upon them. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and the public water line. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. Prior to the public hearing, one adjacent property owner registered no objection to the proposal via telephone. At DPNR's public hearing held August 12, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Ms. Brathwaite testified the intent is to operate a part-time beauty salon out of a converted laundry room. The property has been used residentially since 1988. The beauty salon will be located downstairs of the primary residence and has a separate entrance and bathroom. 4 parking spaces are proposed, but clients will be served by appointments only. Hours of operation will be weekdays from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and weekends from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The current R2 zoning of the property allows for uses that are non-residential in nature, such as daycares, schools, museums, civic and social clubhouses. Due to the low amount of anticipated traffic to the business, proposed part-time business hours and adequate off-street parking, the small beauty salon would not be incompatible with the uses occurring in the immediate area. The requested B2 zoning was intended for shopping centers immediately adjacent to primary business areas. The department does not recommend the B2 zoning, but rather a use variance. The converted laundry room has already passed review by DPNR's Division of Building Permits, and if the use variance were to be granted, a business license would have to be granted by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs Board overseeing barbers, beauticians, and manicurists. The salon's final approval will have to meet requirements set forth by DLCA and the Department of Health before it would be operational. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoned parcel number 173-A-66 Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, to allow for a beauty salon. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated September 1st, 2022. That concludes the reading of ZAT-22-13.
Okay, I initially said that we would do all of the reports, but I believe it's more prudent for us to bring up the maps, the drawings, the designs, etc., prior to moving on to the next one. So I'm going to ask media to please bring up the drawings, maps, whatever is available for ZAT 22-13, please. All right. And I'm also going to ask the representative, Asia Bratwitt,
Yeah.
please share with us what the pictures depict.
At this time, that's at least 2 parking for clients to park right there. So that's just an example of where 2 cars can be parked right there.
Okay. Next slide, please.
That's in front of the upcoming salon that can have 2 parking in front of there as well. So the white door that's inside. I'm sorry, the white door. That's the entrance of the salon. Inside is just a snippet of how inside of the salon, what was converted from a laundry room to a salon.
That's it?
Yes. And that was before it was converted. That's how it was looking at when it was a laundry room first.
All right. Next slide, please. Is there another slide? DPNR, you want to jump in on this, Mrs. Matthew? On these slides?
Good morning. So this is a flood map showing, the pin is the property showing that it's out of the flood zone. Next slide. Okay, that's the end of those slides.
All right. Thank you.
So I'll go ahead with the next report.
You may proceed with the report for Sunshine Parking LLC ZAT 22-14.
Okay, thank you. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-10, application number ZAT-22-14. Petition of Sunshine Parking LLC, authorized agent Richard P. Bourne Van Eck, Esquire, requesting a use variance for the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood, zoned parcel number 18-A, Remainder Estate, Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas. Owner applicant. The owner of record is Scimitar LLC as per quitclaim deed dated August 31, 2005. Document number 2006-001967. Scimitar LLC is documented as having a name change to Sunshine Parking LLC with the Recorder of Deeds. Document number 2012-000987, dated January 26, 2012. Power of attorney was granted to Richard P. Bourne Van Eck, Esquire, the law offices of Richard P. Bourne Van Eck. The property consists of 1.041 acres as described on drawing number D9-7646-T005. Current use is a gated parking lot facility. Proposed use is the installation of 29 storage containers for the use, warehouse, and storage services general. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north, east, and south are parking lot facilities, and to the west is residential activity. Surrounding properties are zoned R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, R3, residential medium density, B2, B4, business residential areas, and C, commercial. Infrastructure. The use does not require sewer or water, however, there is access in the general area. Public response. During DPNR's public hearing held August 11, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Attorney Born Vanek testified the applicant's intent is to allow storage services for the benefit of the surrounding marine industry. The property is in the Red Hook area, which has developed into the center of private and commercial marine activity, including recreational boating and charter boat businesses. There is heavy demand for storage services, and the nearest facilities are located several miles away. It would take approximately 10 weeks for completion of installing 29 storage containers. The storage containers would be placed to the rear and western areas of the property, and although parking spaces will be utilized for the placement of the storage containers, the parking facility will still have 105 spaces available to the public. The residential activity to the west is on a cliff, which provides a natural buffer, and a slight rise to the north will also provide buffering from another parking lot facility. The surrounding area has had 8 zoning map amendments, including the subject property, which has been rezoned 3 times. The past rezonings have granted R3, B2, B4, and C commercial zoning to the area. The area has now developed into mixed use, and the department foresees no adverse impacts coming from the allowance of storage services convenient for nearby residents and businesses. The department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood Zone, parcel number 18-A, remainder, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3 East End Quarter, St. Thomas, to allow for warehouse and storage services general. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated September 1, 2022. Thank you. That completes that report.
Thank you. Media, can you please bring up the design maps, etc., for this particular lease?
So the picture that's shown is the parking facility. Next slide. The parking facility again. Next slide. And that's the parking facility, and you can see there's a cliff with residential activity. Next slide. The parking facility again. Next slide. And this is the parking facility. Next slide. This is adjacent to the parking facility and business development. Next slide. And more of the parking facility. Next slide.
Okay.
More pictures of the facility. Next slide. And the parking facility again. Next slide. And you can see the residential activity on the cliff. And this is the zone and map for the area. Next slide. That ends the pictures.
Okay, so let's stay on this one for a little while. I would like for us to go back on the pictures, because we're seeing the parking facility, and what's important for us is to see exactly where the containers are going to be located. So if the representative needs to provide that information, but we need to be clear on, because all we saw is parking facility, and then we're seeing on top there's some residential homes there. So we need clarification as to exactly where the storage containers will be located, please. So if we need to pull the slides back up, then we will have to do that so we could have clear clarification on what is being asked of us to approve today.
Thank you. The storage facilities will be located on that portion of the parking lot to the west and to the rear of the parking lot.
So the picture that's on the screen right now. So the picture that's on the screen right now, the storage containers will sit on the left of that.
That's correct. That's correct. That's the rear of the parking lot area, abutting that cliff that goes above it.
Okay, so let's go to our next slide then. So let's look at this slide. So where on this slide will the containers be located, if at all?
I don't believe the containers will be located in this area of the parking lot.
Okay, so is there a reason why we don't have documentation as to exactly where those containers will be located?
Actually, they are shown. They are shown on the conceptual site plan that was submitted as part of the application, and they are located in that depicts where on the property the storage containers will be shown.
Okay.
So, for example, can you see you have available to see the conceptual site plan?
What was pulled up on the screen today is the information that was shared with the legislature. So I'm going to ask DPNR on this particular picture. There's some homes up above. They look like condominiums or apartment complexes. Will the storage containers be located immediately at the bottom of this screen, of those pictures? Mrs. Matthew.
I'm pulling up the conceptual that was in the file, 22-14. The conceptual depicts it to the rear and to the west. So it would be, yes, below those residential buildings that you're seeing.
Okay, so media, there should be one more picture in that slide that I'm looking at in my my file. It says project information, and there is a conceptual. There is a policy parcel. The parcel is highlighted, and there is the conceptual of exactly where the trailers would be. Can you please pull that up? You should have received it. It's the last, actual true last file in that. No? Okay, so colleagues, do you have that in your file? Okay. Because I have it, so that means it's on the drive. Okay, I'm not certain why that was not included, because that's an important piece of documentation to support our decision. Okay? So we will look at that very closely. So we're going to move on to the next report. So Mrs. Matthew Laplace, can we get the report for ZAT-22-12, please?
Okay, I'll have Ms. Jewel Polimas read that one into the record.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-11 application number ZAT-22-12. Petition of Petrus Properties LLC to amend the official zone map number STZ-11 from P Public to B3 Business Scattered for lease area 47D-1, Crown Prince's Gata, Crown Prince's Quarter, St. Thomas. Owner applicant. The owner of record is the government of the Virgin Islands as per warranty deed dated June 2nd, 1948, document number 242. The applicant, Petrus Properties LLC, will be leasing the property. The property consists of 11,095 square feet as described on drawing number D9-7059-T002 dated March 15, 2002. Current use. The property is not in use and the abandoned building on it will be demolished. Proposed use. A 2-story commercial building that will be phase 2 of Petrus Plaza. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is a warehouse. To the east is Petrus Plaza. To the south is Route 30, Veterans Drive. And to the west is a warehouse. Surrounding properties are zoned R4, residential medium density, B3, C commercial, and W1 waterfront pleasure. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public water line and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. During DPNR's public hearing held July 6, 2022, one adjacent property owner expressed opposition and the reasons were submitted in 2 letters and summarized below. 1. They were not properly named in list of adjacent property owners. List is obtained from and certified by the Office of the Tax Assessor and abbreviated property owner's name. 2. The constant flow of commercial vehicles traversing 47D-remainder leading to ROW 47E-8. Gates get blocked by vehicles patronizing existing Petrus Plaza, costing their tenants time, money, stress, and risk of vehicular access. Consent judgment on civil number 183/2011 states Allison Petrus and Surtep Enterprises Incorporated are permanently enjoined from utilizing the ROW parcel as a staging or storage area or from building upon the ROW parcel in such a way to obstruct the use and enjoyment of the ROW parcel. 3. Plans and drawings submitted do not show adjacent uses, structures, source of intended access, or how proposed use would affect neighboring properties and common right-of-way. Detailed plans are required when applying for earth change and building permits. The zoning map amendment process only requires a conceptual plan. 4. Property is in flood zone and concerned new use will cause flooding on adjacent properties. Building permit application review includes flood review. 5. Submitted plans show an overdeveloped project and it's insufficient. 6. What in the B3 zoning is proposed that the current zone does not allow? A permanent rezoning request should not be based on a 1-year lease. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Allison Petrus testified the rezoning request is to allow for the expansion of his current operation, Petrus Plaza, which has been in existence for approximately 12 years on parcel number 47E, Crown Prince's Gata. The requested rezoning would allow for expansion into phase 2, allowing more tenants to be accommodated. Phase 2 is due to the increased request for space Mr. Petrus has received from interested tenants. The zoning code states that properties which are publicly owned should be shown on the zoning map as such. Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 3, Section 229Q. The government of the Virgin Islands, however, has made the property available for private development rather than public use. The list of uses enumerated under the P Public Zoning District in Section 228 of the Zoning Code are uses more suitable for public development. Considering the property has been made available for private development, it was determined a more appropriate zoning would be necessary to accommodate private development and be consistent with an adjacent property that was also rezoned for private development, namely parcel number 47E, Crown Princess Gata, which was rezoned to B3 by Act number 6343. The requested B3 zoning would allow for a small strip mall accommodating approximately 5 tenants, consistent with the adjacent property, which accommodates 8 tenants ranging from retail, restaurant, and offices. The department considered the appropriateness of the request to accommodate private development and recommends approval of the petition. The requested zone would be in line with what has been granted in the past, and the proposed development would not be out of character with the surrounding area. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that lease area 47D1, Crown Princess Gata, from Princess Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from P Public to B3 Business Scattered. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated September 1st, 2022. That concludes the report on Petrus Properties.
Thank you. Can we get the, see the design, map, etc. that's available for this particular request? Media?
The picture depicts the current state of the property 47D-1. Next slide. That's the current state of the property. Next slide. Current state. Next slide. Current surrounding area. Next slide. That's the zone and map. Next slide. That's the flood map. Next slide. That ends the picture.
Thank you. We're going to go, colleagues are going to go to a 3-minute round, but before we go, I have to seek some clarification from Mr. Petros. We don't have a representative here from the Department of Property and Procurement. However, we do have Mr. Keith Richards, the Assistant Commissioner, who should have gleaned all of that information. But let me just start by asking, because I need clarification. I'm not clear. So the parcel that we're asking to be rezoned is 47D-1. Mr. Assistant Commissioner Richards?
Yes. Yes. Senator
That's correct.
47D-1 from
And that
Princess Gata.
property is currently leased by Petrus Properties, LLC?
Yes, from the Department of Property and Procurement.
And in your deliberations, was the Department of Property and Procurement contacted as it relates to the rezoning of this property, or is there information in the lease that allows for the rezoning of this property?
Yes, we have received correspondence from the Department of Property and Procurement that they have authorized Mr. Petros to act on behalf of or represent the rezoning of the property.
Okay, so can you please have someone from your office forward that information to my office so I can share it with the entire body, because that's important.
Yes.
For further clarification, in the analysis, there is a 47-E mentioned.
Yes.
So that's also on the lease. Any clarification?
That's what we call it.
Please. Or is that an error?
I think Ms. LaPlace can clarify, but I believe the 47E-8 is is the right of way that
Okay, so
that
she's
goes
here.
to the adjacent property owner.
She's here. So, Mrs. Matthew, can you please clarify your analysis? First paragraph, where you made a reference to 47-E.
Yes, 47-E is where the current Petros Plaza is located.
Okay. And there is the lease that I do, because I do have a lease in front of me. It's a 1-year lease agreement. That lease agreement is the same lease agreement that allow for 47-E, or that's a different lease agreement?
The
That's a
47, yeah, that's a different,
Okay.
hold on, I'm
Okay.
checking the
Just making sure that we
So, yeah,
clarify.
so
this.
agreement. 47D-1.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The lease agreement in the file is for 47D-1, which is the one being requested for the rezoning right now.
And that's a 1-year lease. Okay.
Correct.
And one of the things that we didn't see was a rendering on the screen. I'm not sure. Department of Planning and Natural Resources, did you get a rendering?
Yes, there's a conceptual in the file.
Yeah, I'm not sure why those things did not come up on our screen. I'm going to ask for the conceptual to be emailed to. We have it. I'm going to ask my staff to please send the conceptual to the media division so we could bring that up. So the committee stands, or I believe that I heard a point of inquiry. So please have the conceptual up on the screen. Well, Senator Francis is recognized for his point of inquiry, please. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and to the testifiers. I see that Mr. Vincent Richards is in the audience here today, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and I'm not sure if he could add some light to your question in respect to whether or not the Property and Procurement is involved in this process or not. I know that he's also responsible for properties under the Department of Property and Procurement, so I just...
Thank you. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, could you please escort Mr. Vincent Richards? I am not certain that he came here prepared to have that conversation, but he is responsible for the leases in this government, so he should have some information as it relates to that. Mr. Richards? Thank you, Senator Francis, for bringing that to light. Mr. Richards, could you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Richards. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement for the Property and the Printing Divisions.
Okay, so you were in the audience, so you heard the questions as it relates to, I have to remember them, as it relates to
47D-1.
ZAT 22-12. Could you please shed some light on that based on the questions that I asked?
Good morning again. The Department of Property and Procurement has entered into an agreement with Petros Properties. We have ratified a 1-year lease agreement that in that agreement empowers Petros Properties to seek rezoning of the property, as well as to do some due diligence, phase 1 studies on the property, as well as to do their conceptualizing, to develop their conceptualizing of the property. We have negotiated and we have come to terms on a long-term agreement, and that long-term agreement is moving through the process and should be with you shortly. But within the 1-year agreement that we did ratify, it did empower them specifically to seek the rezoning of the property.
Okay, so going through the process, give us a perspective on the timeline? Did it leave the Department of Property and Procurement? Is it at the Attorney General's office, or is it at the office of
As
the
I
governor?
sit here, I honestly cannot speak to that.
Okay. All right, and again, this querying is just to make sure that we get all of the information so there are no challenges at the end of the day. Because, you know, Mr. Petrus, you are family, so I want to make sure that we keep this level, okay? All right, thank you for the information. We're going to ask the media division to please bring up on the screen the conceptuals or the rendering of what is being proposed by the Petrus family. And we're going to ask either representative to please give us a quick explanation as we go through the slide or the slides. Okay, you may proceed.
Before you on the slide here, you can see a rendering of the proposed space, and it will have 7 leased spaces with the mentioned 13 to 15 parking spaces.
That's basically it?
That's basically it, yeah.
And that replaces the, what was it? There's a building there now, so you're going to demolish
Yes.
that particular building, correct?
Yes.
That used to be a merchant market or something in the past. Quality food.
Alison Petrus. It used to be, I think, like the old pump room for waste management.
Oh, okay. So now I know exactly where it is. Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. You may proceed.
Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, listeners alike. I'm going to start off with ZAT 2213. I am in support of any business in regards to really trying to, you know, advance their economic status. And as a child, I too wanted to be a hairdresser. So I am happy to hear that you're attempting to make that dream happen for yourself. My initial concern had to do with surrounding properties, et cetera, but in your testimony, you did explain that it's basically family that's surrounding you in empty lots. And I don't think family, we've had some interesting ones, but if they were opposed, they would have said so. So I think we're okay with you so far. But the one question I wanted to ask you, when I was looking at some of the photographs of what you attempted to convert, I saw the pump room and it looked like it had quite a bit of mold in there. How did you mitigate that, and do you think that might be a future problem because of how the space is built out? Is it properly ventilated to potentially avoid a situation like that in the future?
Well, I have 2 set of like main windows, and I brought someone in there to, you know, clean it up properly. But that's a good question.
Okay. Well, that was a concern. As it relates to ZAT 2214, Mr. Born-Vanek, the question
Good morning.
is, hi, good morning. I have seen some of the storage facilities that are made from containers. I think I saw one out Smith Bay, and somehow they survived the hurricane, which is a good thing. I want to understand, how are these
1 minute.
How are these types of storage facilities constructed in a way to guarantee safety, and are they going to be constructed to make sure that potentially, even if you're storing, there are proper exits? We've had stories in the community where people have lived in storage containers and couldn't escape during fires, etc. How is this one going to be constructed to make sure, even though it's just for storage, there's potentially an escape plan if somebody's in there?
Thank you. The storage containers themselves are erected on a foundation. So to begin with, the foundation is laid in what was the open parking space, and onto the foundation, the storage container is itself installed and positioned. It does have an entrance. These are not units that are suitable for habitation. But they do have an exit that's available, of course, on the unit itself.
Okay. Well, that's important for me.
Time.
May I ask my last question on the last property? Thank you.
You may proceed.
As it relates to the ZAT 2212, I think I heard something in there about a lawsuit or litigation. Please explain to us what happened there, because it seems like there's a fight between parking space and blocking of other people's properties. And if we're going to start building more, I don't want to hear any more lawsuits.
It's the Allison Petros. Mm-hmm. What happened was when we started construction of the current Petros Plaza, we had the neighbor in the back file a lawsuit against us claiming that we were blocking the right-of-way, mm-hmm. Which is a public right-of-way. And so, but it really was about her trying to stop the project. And yes, so it took us quite a while to get through our process, quite a bit of money, but that's what people do when they're trying to stop you.
Okay, and it's resolved? You guys are okay now with the resolution?
Well, we're in our space and we're doing what we got to do. We have blinders on, so whatever. And she was the sole objector of this development that we're proposing to do.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleague. Good morning to the audience, and good morning to the testifiers. I would start off with the young lady, Miss, for the cosmetology. I'm proud to see someone start off from such a young age and still, Miss Brathwaite, still have that passion, and I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
But what I've seen here is young Virgin Islanders trying to make sure that they play their role and their part, and I applaud you for that. I only got one problem, Miss Brathwaite. You're telling me that I just can't walk, come into your shop. I have to have an appointment.
Yes, you do. Because you have to remember, I work at 8 to 5. I work as a government employee with the Department of Health. So we have to, we have to respect my time.
I mean, like, on the weekend, if I get sick in St. Thomas, I can't come and get a little fix up.
I could work it out with you.
But I'm proud of you to see that you from a young age that you had this passion and you still got that drive.
Yes.
So the office has no problem with you. Everything is approved by DPNR. So I will definitely support you. And then I'll jump to Mr. Petros. I see a proud daddy that is passing on his daughter, and it's good to see that what Virgin Islanders are lacking is that generation wealth. We seem to not understand it as well. It's important that, because when we leave with nothing.
Yeah, sure.
But if we could prepare our children for tomorrow, then they will learn from what you're doing to prepare their children too. So I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of Ms. Brathwaite and her mom supporting this initiative. It's important that we continue to have a piece of skin in this game, because that's what it's supposed to be about. And young business people help drive this economy. I only had one little issue with the Petros, and you kind of clarified with the area in the back where the parking areas was being blocked up, and I was going to question that, but I saw that building is not going to be close to that area. Is it correct to say that?
Please clarify which location you're referring to.
The new building that you're going to put up is not going to be in the junction of that exit in the area. There's a drive-through to the back of your present building right now. That new structure is not going to be in that area.
Yes, it is in that area, but it doesn't block the right-of-way. Like, we're not supposed to block the right-of-way anyway. So when you come in from the Frenchtown stoplight, it's the building that, yeah, you're going to be looking directly at it.
Okay, so if I was to, it will still have that clear way for that drive-through to drive to the back of your building still.
Correct. And the government has committed to fixing that road. And just for the record, everyone thinks I'm responsible for the road. No, it's the government right of way.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then with the containers,
Time.
are you going to be stacking those containers?
Excuse me, Senator?
Are you going to be stacking any of them, like a container on top of a container?
No, Senator. No, they're
And those
single.
containers are going to be bolted down?
That they are grounded into a foundation.
Okay.
Pour
I'm fine
foundation.
with all three of them, and at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting them. And again, I applaud the two young ladies who are out there donating, and really appreciate their families giving them that opportunity to go into business and have a skin in this game. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Just to follow up on Senator Johnson's question as it relates to the road that's behind, directly behind the current structure, is there or has there been any conversation with the government of the Virgin Islands as it relates to repairing that road? Because that road is really, that's like the worst road.
Yeah.
It's very, very bad, and it really needs to be repaired. So we could have some kind of partnership? What is it? Because remember, I mean, you're not the only, people think about it as Petros Road, but you are not the only business that traverses that road as well. So what's that conversation looking like? Because it's bad.
Yeah, several years ago, I took it upon myself to actually pave where the entrance is to, it is a concrete entrance there to my location. And as you go further in, I was trying to get participation once again. Well, this is the individual that kept me in court for years, so she's not cooperative. So I turned to the government because I was willing to, put some of my own money into it to fixing the road, because yes, it is bad. So the Commissioner of Public Works has committed to me that he will repair and fix that road permanently.
When?
He says when they start phase 2 of the waterfront project.
Okay, so colleagues, I think we have some work to do because that one a little rough. So we could make contact with him to find out exactly what their intentions are and if they have the available resources for that particular road. All right, we're going to move on to Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Carla Joseph. Yeah, this is misaligned. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. I really want to start off first by commending all of the applicants, especially Ms. Brathwaite and Allison, former Senator Allison Petros, on your initiative to help grow our economy, as well as being local Virgin Islanders and moving forward and providing services. Senator Petros, you have done so well in expanding and employing local people in your establishment. So I really want to commend both of you. I had the opportunity to visit all 3 sites, as that's part of my modus of operandi. And I talked to Ms. Brathwaite's mother extensively, and I really am impressed because you're a local person, you're diversifying your income, and so you're not just relying on government. And so I really commend you, and hopefully I'll be one of your clients as time, because I don't like to go to the hairdressers, but I will try to be one of your clients.
No problem.
And also for the Petros Plaza, I really want to again commend you, former Senator Petros, because you're bringing in the younger people. You're assuring that you have generational wealth in your family. I have no objections. Your facility is not located in any type of residential area. You are going to be rezoned to, your proposal is to rezone to a B3. and that allows for bars and taverns. I have a major issue with that. Those operating in densely populated residential area, because they play all kind of noise. In some of the bars, we just had a major incident at Mebloke.
1 minute.
Some day ago, and so I really am really opposed to it, because Mebloke is located right across from Estate Demerara, and they have a lot of residents there. So I don't have any issue. My only question would be for the other applicant, and this is for ZAT 22-14, the Sunshine parking lot. And you said you aren't going to use those containers for residential home. I do know containers can be used to build residential home. They have one here in Contant. And I noted that you didn't have any opposition. How soon do you anticipate bringing in those containers?
We would begin promptly upon obtaining the approval of the requested use. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
We will proceed immediately upon obtaining legislative approval and the governor's final approval of the legislation, and of course the securing of the appropriate building permits from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for the foundational work.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, and I don't have any further question, and I will be definitely voting in the affirmative for two applications here. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Angel Bulcas Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Bonjour, buenos dias to everyone, people of the Virgin Islands. I do echo the sentiments and congratulations to everyone here in this block concerning their requests. Commendable, and look forward to seeing these develop. I have no exceptions, and I support all of them. However, I have a few questions. Petros family, concerning Red Cross being very closely located to your establishment, will you also be providing any services to them concerning space in the event of a disaster of some sort? Would you be able to accommodate Red Cross with space to store items?
Alison Petros, we would probably not have additional space, because what we're doing is building out spaces for whether it's a startup, someone who wants to do retail, or
so there won't be
office.
any parking spaces there.
There would be about 12 to 15 parking spaces available for the actual improvements, meaning the building, but no additional for, like, for instance, the Red Cross is behind in the warehouse building that used to be the old, I think, Hunter Foods. And so they have, all the accommodations that they need right now.
Okay, I only asked that question because I've participated in different measures with them concerning delivering products to different families. However, in some cases, they have challenges with spaces. So just asking in the event that parking spaces could be available to help them in times of disaster. How many jobs are you looking forward to creating once?
When you look at the actual retail operations, and depends what kind of retail. For instance, if it's a restaurant can hire up to probably about 8 to 10 individuals. And so when you do, the multiplying effect, you could potentially, be responsible for employing about 40, close to 40, 50 people.
And thank you for that. And Ms. Brathwaite, good morning.
1 minute.
A quick question concerning your establishment. Will there also be an exit in that building's alternative exit route?
No, it's just one entrance exit.
Okay, noted. Mr. Vanek, Born Vanek, concerning
Good morning,
the store.
Senator.
Good morning. My time's ticking. The containers, will you be storing hazmat material in those containers, just for clarification purposes?
Not at all, Senator.
Not at all.
No hazmat materials.
Okay, very well. Madam Chair, that concludes my questions for the time being.
Thank you, Senator Bulcas. Senator Gittins, Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Again, we are here another day discussing rezoning. The world knows how I feel about rezoning being held in the legislature, so I wouldn't bore you with that again today. However, I am truly excited to be here this morning, another day, like we had day before yesterday in St. Croix. We had 2 guys. Today we have 2 gals.
Yeah.
And they're daughters of the soil. And I am excited for you all. So I'm looking forward to seeing these renderings that we saw earlier come through. One thing I wanted to ask from the Petrus family, where you're located, is that considered part of the historic district in St. Thomas, or is that outside of the Charlotte Amalia historic district?
Yes, it's outside of the historic district.
Okay, good. So you ain't got nobody giving you all kind of restrictions with these old building where they get in a place where they wouldn't fix. But we're going to try to address that in the 35th legislature. You know, what I see from these 2 presentations is I see success, I see job opportunities, and I see wealth again coming to our community. And one thing I learned being in the chair as economic development chair is that there's a big factor in economic development, and that's risk taking. But these are ladies, and you know ladies like to take risks. So, y'all braver than some of us men, that's for sure. So I look forward to
1 minute
to this being a true success. We have another this body. We have another great opportunity to not only support but also showcase our local young entrepreneurs. And at the appropriate time, I'm definitely looking forward to supporting these 2 measures. I don't think you'll have no problem. So you don't gotta sit there looking all nervous and things. Don't worry about it. All of us in here, and everybody should be in a good mood. Everybody in here re-elected, so they're in a good mood. Don't be nervous, okay? But truly, again, as I look at economic development for our territory, one thing I definitely want to address going forward, which has nothing to do with you guys because it wouldn't affect you in what you seek to do today. But we need to address the historic restrictions that we have in our downtown areas that's restricting us from expanding our economic development. So, Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity, and looking forward to supporting all 3, to include the one for the storage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, I am not seeing you at your desk. Okay, Senator Janelle Kesuru, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to those listening and viewing. Good morning to the testifiers, and it's a good day today. Usually in here is contentious sometimes, but I think we can all agree on the lease agreements before us. Ms. Bradwood, you brought all the hairdressers in here today.
I bring my whole team today.
We have the, yeah. So we have hair, we have feet, and hands, and the rest behind are you. So if the camera could look back, we also have some young entrepreneurs as well. So congratulations to them to see, you know, women have to support women, so that's exciting. And then small businesses are an integral part of our economy. So often we focus on EDC benefits for this big mega conglomerate and everybody else, and our small businesses get left behind. So this is exciting. Do you intend to? We have an apprenticeship bill that I've been begging for some movement on from labor. So can I get a commitment at some point to, over the years, at least teach 1 or 2 students, have an apprenticeship, sign up for the apprenticeship program, and have a young lady wash hair and put all the stuff.
Yes, that's my goal.
That's your goal?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't come back and harass you.
Community services and stuff like that. I'm trying to work on.
Awesome. Okay, and then Mr. Petros, quickly. So Miss Petros, let me talk to you. So the building that we're looking at, that's the old Demerara building, the waste management.
Yes.
That's to the left.
If you're facing Frenchtown, it's to the right of the Petros Plaza.
If I face in your building, it's to the left, though.
Then yes.
I come in from both sides. So
okay, yes, to the left.
It will be the left.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's critical because if you guys drive the waterfront, the corridor, I don't like how it looks.
1 minute.
So it's important that we actually renovate, rehab those buildings, because I had major trepidation with Cancrain School, and I cannot stand the way Cancrain School looks. As we come from the airport and we go up the road, and I keep asking about the aesthetics of the waterfront. So that old building, the repairs, looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Quickly, how many employees you're looking to hire for that whole project, construction and when you establish the businesses?
I can't speak to the construction piece. I'll let Mr. Petros speak to that. But as far as the employment for the 7 spaces, potentially between 40 to 50.
40 to 50?
Depending on the type of space that is being rented for.
Okay. And Mr. Petros,
Yeah, contractors usually, it could have anywhere between 15, because at different phases, you will have different, whether you're electrician or plumbers or what have you.
So what's your time frame then? You're looking at a year for construction, 2 years?
What makes it so difficult to predict that, because you still got to go through the entire process of the CZM and what have you, and then you got to determine whether or not you're going to need piling, because that entire area there is reclaimed land.
Oh, so you haven't done a feasibility study yet of that?
Well, based on where it's located and based on the drawings that we end up doing, we will have to do pilings at that time. But, it doesn't make sense to do that at this point in terms of doing the analysis to determine whether or not you need pilings. I actually need to get the long-term lease first, so everything has to be in sequence.
So it's contingent upon all of the other processes involved?
Yes.
Okay.
And but Mr. Richards is really working diligently to try to push this forward.
Yeah, well, I stand in the affirmative of all of the lease agreements before us. Ms. Brathwaite, proud of you, excited, looking forward to great stuff. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Francis Halliger, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Through the chair to Mr. Richards, property and procurement. Could you please give me a little bit more detail, because I'm a little bit confused, because I've never really seen a situation for a 1-year lease where you don't have a long-term one. And what happens if we're able to pass this to be the new zoning, and then some hiccup happens with the long-term lease? Is there something written into this 1-year one to have some kind of guarantees? Because from a business standpoint, that would scare me. And I'm just saying that honestly.
Good morning, Senator. Good question. Vincent Richards from Property and Procurement. The department has begun to use a technique of granting 1-year leases immediately and working on the long-term lease simultaneously, and they take the same track, but the 1-year lease can get ratified at the governor's office, and then the long-term lease then has to take a track where it goes to the legislature as well. So in the 1-year lease, it's guaranteed that there is a multi-year lease in the process as well, and they have first refusal, or I don't know the legal term, but they're guaranteed on our part that we're granting them a multi-year lease as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate educating me on that, because I really didn't I didn't realize that you guys had started utilizing that process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And that is subject to the approval of the legislature, right?
Yes, Senator.
So
absolutely.
That's why I asked the questions that I asked earlier, to make sure that we are properly aligning how we are making these approvals. And I know that a lot of times businesses need to move forward because things take way too long to move in the government. And that's why, sometimes we have to be accommodating. And again, I think what's mission critical just in an experience like this is government has to have to work for the people. So we need to figure out how to fast track our processes, because this is why we're having this sort of lopsided conversation today, because it's evident that we're having a challenge with government actually working for the people in a timely fashion. Okay? Senator Sorrow, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused, Mr. D.C. Richards. So today we're approving a 1-year lease? Well, not today when we vote in session.
No, Senator.
What are we?
You're approving today a rezoning of the subject property.
Correct. So after we approve the rezoning, what you're saying is that you move for a 1-year agreement?
Senator, the Department of Property and Procurement and the government of the Virgin Islands has entered into a 1-year lease with this developer. The process of developing takes tremendous amount of time, and we agreed to enter into a 1-year agreement with them, and simultaneously with a multi-year agreement as well.
So
the multi-year agreement is in the process as well.
So what I'm asking is that would the leasee have to come back and get the second part approved?
Yes, Senator.
That's a cumbersome process for a small business to go through, to come here for rezoning lease and then have to come back again when that process is done. We have to improve that process tremendously.
Just for clarification, though, the 1-year lease does not have to come before the Senate. That just allows the business owner or the potential developer to do the exploratory process. And as you indicated earlier, the lease is in fact in process, and it's very important for us to know what that means as far as in process, because again, I'm going to reiterate it. Government has to work for its people. So it's all fine and well to talk about small businesses, but we need to move this along if this is something that we are seriously and earnestly looking to make a reality.
But I didn't get to.
Okay.
I was just concerned, Madam Chair, because sometimes you say 1-year lease, and then because the government hasn't done its part, that 1-year lease end up in 2 years, 3 years, and then by the time they come back, it takes a while. So that is a valid concern.
You want to respond?
No, I would just commend Mr. Petrus for taking the risk. I mean, it is a risk, but he's taking the risk, and we as a partner, we want to see this property developed, and we have this partner develop it, and we're going through the process of doing that.
So before you leave today, we want to know, where is it in process? Because in process is like a very resounding word that we hear daily whenever we have meetings with our representatives or our leadership of the executive branch. So in process, we want to make sure we protect the investor on this one. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
All right, thanks. So that's a legitimate concern that the senator has. Yes, Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our testifiers and to people of the Virgin Islands. Most of the questions that I had have already been asked and answered. I am generally in support of all 3 rezoning requests. Definitely commend you, Ms. Brathwaite, for taking the initiative as a young Virgin Islander, a young entrepreneur, taking the plunge in business. Now, you said that you're going to start out on a part-time basis because you're employed right now with the government of the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
Is it your goal to eventually make this something full-time or
Well, eventually I have, I think, approximately 7 more years until I retire.
Okay.
And as I retire, I'm going straight into doing my hair business as a full-time.
Okay. Right now, you're just a sole business person. You don't have anybody else doing
No,
this?
it's just me by myself.
Okay. Okay. And I know I was concerned, my colleague from St. Croix was concerned that he couldn't just pop up.
Right.
He would have to do it by appointments.
Yes.
Do you do hair for men as well as women, or is it?
Well, I have to look into that too.
But thank you, and kudos to you.
Thanks.
With regards to the parking lot, the storage proposal in Red Hook, I was curious, and I couldn't get a good vision as to where the containers would be exactly, but that's fine. How many parking spaces will be sacrificed, just out of curiosity, as a result of this new venture, the new storage venture?
Thank you, and good morning, Senator. Currently there are 105 parking spaces. When the 29 storage containers are installed, there will be 77 spaces remaining.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Now, based on the rezoning,
1 minute.
If the rezoning is granted, is it conceivable that this business can eventually be a storage business as opposed to what it is now? It will be a parking/storage. Is it possible, if they desired to do that, is it feasible that they could just transform or convert into a full-scale storage entity, Mr. Richards?
Yes, that is Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner for Planning. If the variance is granted, it's possible that they could extend the storage component of the operation. But for now, they have indicated they only plan to have, I think it's 29 units. So,
okay.
But it is possible.
It is possible.
Because the variance is applied to the entire lot.
Okay, okay, that's good to know. So Petros, and I know you mentioned in your, if I may, Madam Chair, that one good thing that was really stood out to me was the fact that not a single turnover in your tenancy since the opening of Petros Plaza, and that is absolutely commendable. I wanted you to go on record regarding the whole issue of the suit. Will the rezoning and the planned development for phase 2 of Petros Plaza, will that construction in any way impact the consent judgment that was issued? I just wanted you to be able to go on the record and clearly articulate.
Yeah. Petros, good question. No, it would not have any bearing on the proposed development. Simply put, that judgment said that, no one can block the right of way. That's all it says in, the basic terms.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And I just want to follow up on that conversation with regards to that question. Department of Planning and Natural Resources, based on the response that we just received from Mr. Petros, do you see any challenges as a result of that consent judgment?
Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner for Planning. No, I think that particular lawsuit is not an unusual issue where adjacent property owners perceive that the right of way is being impeded, and the adjacent property owner felt she had to go to the extent to get a judgment. It's not unusual. And in fact, I believe the same adjacent property owner was interested in using the same parcel that Mr. Petros wants to use.
Okay.
So, no, I don't see a problem with it.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we put all of these items on the record, because a lot of times we know what happens. So we always have our transcripts to go back to. I see that Senator Carrion actually joined us in person on St. Thomas, and I'm very delighted by that. So Senator Carrion, Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, still morning, right, to my afternoon now, to my colleagues, testifiers, and the people of Virgin Islands. Good afternoon once again. A lot of the questions, basically, I have to say, like Senator Potter, have been asked. There's so much you can ask when it's really rezoning issues that we have before us. I just would like to commend Ms. Brathwaite. Really, like I always say, I always love to see individuals within our community aspiring and working forward to become entrepreneurs. So I love your zeal and your passion and your willingness to move in this direction. So I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And regards to ZAT 2214, I really don't have questions to ask. Really, with regards to Sunshine Parking LLC and the other one, ENC Development LLC, I'll just leave it to that, and we'll make my decision accordingly. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon to the testifier, and thank you so much for your testimonies and your investment in the Virgin Islands. And thank you for taking a risk. I'm going to start with Ms. Brathwaite. I must say, I appreciate individuals going into business. I myself am a small business owner for many years, from the time I was a young boy. But nonetheless, in terms of your beauty salon, what's the square footage, may I ask?
I don't have it on me right now, but yes, I don't have it on me right now.
Okay,
but
well.
I did do it already.
Very well, because I know it's not easy to get into business, but nonetheless, you're doing it in a smart way. You're taking your time, you ain't jumping right in. Exactly. You're keeping your government job and your insurance and everything.
Correct.
And at the same time, building your clientele. That's smart. That's how I did it also. That way you really understand what you're dealing with if you really want to do it at the end, and you move forward full blast when you retire. So I wish you the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Sunstroke Parking. Opportunities create many businesses, and in this case, they saw a need in terms of the marine industry, which is a growing industry, especially here in the territory. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it's growing on a regular basis here in the territory. And they saw that they didn't need all of the parking spaces on a regular basis, especially since there have been investments in parking spaces like the one for the government in Red Hook. So what they did is took some of 29 of the parking spaces to basically address a need in the Red Hook area in terms of a demand. They spoke to lack of capacity, which is a major concern in that industry. They spoke to business development in the marine industry, rental industries, and also when it comes to development. So I must say that's a robust industry, and I want to congratulate and thank them for being creative in that space and showing that we can be competitive here in the territory when it comes to the marine industry. And lastly, Petros Properties. Mr. Petros been in business for some time now. After he left the body, having a business is a very, very empowering thing. I believe small businesses is the engine that drives any economy, and you have been doing your part in terms of hiring many local individuals, young individuals, giving many individuals opportunities to start the business and grow the business. And you just have seen another opportunity to expand your business. And I commend you guys for that. I can see in terms of the drawings and the rendering of the plaza moving forward, it's going to be an enhancement to that space, and it's going to be a blessing for many other individuals. So congratulations to all three. I vote yes in affirmative, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Again, I want to be in full support of all of the economic developments that we're seeing going through here. And I must say, when you come to the St. Thomas and John district, we see a lot of support for businesses and for economic development. In my district, we have a lot of economic assassins.
Wow.
All right, but nonetheless, again, I want to commend Mr. Petros, certainly a reputable businessman, and I like the fact that you're creating that level of succession. I mean, you're heading to retirement soon when you have your daughter taking over. That's certainly good. I welcome your business opportunity. As a government, I believe that we need to continue to embrace this notion where we should not be putting our developers and our investors through this long, gruesome process by which they have to come before the legislative body over and over and over again. And we're the policymakers. I think that the time has come for us to really come together to be able to make those changes that's required so that we could be able to support economic development. It's really difficult when you're investing into a multi-million-dollar investment and then you have to go through all of this time-consuming process, So I'm hoping that we could get to that point someday. Not to mention that you have to go through the CZM, the Army Corps of Engineers, have to go through all of that. Ms. Brathwaite, I certainly will be voting in the affirmative for your beauty salon and getting that up and running. And I can't wait for the beauty shop that's going to be encouraging hair implant. I'm looking forward to that, so that myself and Assistant Director Keith Richards could certainly come in and be able to get our due done as well.
Yes.
We can't wait to see that happen here in the territory. Mr. Attorney Bon Vanek, in regards to CZM and Army Corps of Engineers, do you see any challenge? Are you required, first of all, to be able to go through the Army Corps of Engineers or CZM in your process?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
No, we are not.
You're not. Okay. Mr. Petros, you are required to go through CZM.
CZM and come back here again through CZM and also through the lease process.
Yeah. So, very well. Have there been any discussion, Assistant Director Richards, in regards to how do we try to really address some of these issues with the permitting, especially those that fall under DPNR? How that we could just make this a one-shop stop? I mean, in all seriousness, how do we try to at least allow for the streamlining of that process? Have there been any thoughts gone into assisting in that endeavor?
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, DPNR. Yes, we would like to streamline the process by having sort of a single permitting process. However, currently the law does not allow us to do that. The law has different processes depending on where the property is located. So we have had a lot of discussion about creating just a single tier process. And that would, in some respect, cut back on the amount of time required for a person wanting to develop property. You should see some proposal coming to you within the next year and a half that would include creating that single tier process. But right now it's very difficult based on how development is designated in various parts of the code and who's responsible for permitting development. It's very difficult to do without changing the law.
Very well. I look forward to that coming in the very near future. Mr. Vincent Richards, if I may just conclude, Madam Chair. Mr. Richards, in respect to the the process by which you're saying that once the 1 year, once you exhaust the 1 year, you're saying that the additional lease agreement will be processed within that time, so we don't have any expiration of that 1 year, and in fact that there'll be some level of continuance once that occurs?
Yes, Senator, that is correct, Senator.
Okay, very well. So what are we looking at? 20, 30, 40? What is the conversation in respect to the multi-year lease?
I believe the terms somewhere 20 to 30 years initially with some options.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. Again, I am in full support of all of the measures before us in block number 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too rise in support of all of the measures that's before us today. I do have a few questions, and I'm going to start with Ms. Bratwith. Let me just first say that it's always a good thing when we see that we have Virgin Islanders who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs, and our responsibility as leaders in the territory is to support our entrepreneurs in whatever way we can. And the ask that's before us today is definitely a good start. And there should be other asks, because we must begin to support our entrepreneurs by providing capital as well. So I'm going to ask you, Ms. Bratwith, do you require additional capital, or do you have additional capital to expand this business, or is there a need to expand the business? And expand meaning upfitting whatever other needs that you have, or what you have is currently what you're going to move forward with.
Currently, what I'm doing right now, or that's what I'm going to move forward. I'm not going to really do no expansion of anything.
Okay, so there's no expansion, so then I have to say that it's very honorable of you to request the rezoning, because usually what happens is individuals start up businesses in residential neighborhoods, and they don't have true permission, and they only come before the legislature when they have to go to the bank, etc., for a loan, and the bank said, hey, we can't loan you this money because it's a residential area. So very honorable of you to come before the Senate, or to take your application to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, so you don't have any issues going down the road. So I want to thank you for doing that, and for being an honorable Virgin Islander by doing that. So I'm asking others to follow her lead, because it's important, especially when you're starting a business in a residential area. All right. And you are going to be hiring how many people?
No, just one. Just me.
Just yourself?
It's a very small establishment.
Okay, so you either do long hair or just short hair?
Long, short, medium. Okay. But my goal is, like, because this is a residential area, I'm planning to do is like have certain days for elderly people. Cause sometimes the elderly people can't really leave the neighborhood to go do their hair. So I will have discounts for them, senior citizens and stuff.
And I do have a senior citizen card. So
well, you're welcome anytime.
And I ain't joking, because I don't have a hard time getting in. Okay, so I think the zoning before us as it relates to the sunshine parking is pretty straightforward. I do believe I have a perspective. It's in the area where the currently the Internal Revenue is located. Is that correct, Mr. Richards? Okay, so
yes, good afternoon, Senator.
So you may answer, Attorney Bonvanek. That's a yes.
Yes,
So
Senator.
after you pass the front door of IRB in Red Hook, it's all the way in the back, like to the end of the property.
Well, no, it's a little bit down the road. And then you turn up to where there's the Moe's. There used to be Marina Market and so forth there.
That's what I
meant. And you drive up that road, and then to the top of the hill. That's where the parking lot begins.
Okay, so you don't pass the IRB. You actually go up the hill when you get into that parking lot.
Yeah, you're not in the same parking lot that the IRB building is in.
Okay.
The IRB is located in East End, which is a little bit, I think, to the south of where this property is.
Okay, so now I'm a lot clearer on where it is. All right, well, thank you for your response. And now, Mr. Petros or Ms. Petros, overall cost of this project?
All funds are sent to Mr. Petros. He manages that portion.
The
Projected, I mean.
Yeah. It's hard to, I would say, close to $2 million. However, it's hard to make those projections now because, if you need piling, that can easily be another $1 million.
Okay, so then I'll ask this question. So as far as your capital costs, you do have the necessary resources or the necessary investors to support this initiative?
We have a good ongoing relationship with financial institution.
All right, and I took a little blows from my colleagues last week Monday this week Tuesday, because there were questions asked about surveys. Was there a survey done to determine whether or not there was a need for the shopping center that was being built in St. Croix, etc.? So, and I noticed, and I think that's what my colleague, Senator Francis Jr. was alluding to. So I'm just going to ask you, was there a survey done to determine a need for this particular facility?
No, surveys are not going to give you the answer that you really need. When you look at the capacity that we have and the fact that we've had 100% occupancy, and we continue to have people that come and inquire about availability of space, that in itself, speaks to the need.
Okay, and I agree with you. And that's why I asked the question that if we have economic development that we're moving forward with, regardless of what island district it's on, that our responsibility is to support businesses, small businesses, businesses overall in the territory. Once we do our part, it's up to the business to make sure that they're able to expand their business. So I wanted to make sure that I put that on the record, that as we deliberate in the institution, it is important that we are fair as we execute our responsibilities in this institution of the legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. And I have one more question before I wrap up, and that is, Mr. Richards, Property and Procurement, Deputy Commissioner, you mentioned a 20 to 30-year lease for this, and that's why I asked you, what are you in for? And this is for you, Mr. Petros. What are you in for as it relates to the expected infusion for this project? Because 20 years or 30 years goes by very quickly. So, I know that we don't have the lease up in front of us today, but the expectation is that when the lease comes down to the legislature, that we see something more palatable for the investor in this project. I don't have any other questions. That's just a comment. Once the investor is good with that, I think that we should see something a lot more palatable, because he said a $2 million investment, but I think he doesn't understand what's going on right now. That is bigger than a $2 million investment. Colleagues, we're going to wrap up block number 1. We're going to ask the testifiers to put a 30-second closing statement on the record, and we're going to start with Ms. Bradwitt.
I would like to thank each and every one of you for believing in me and allowing me to express myself today. I came here so nervous, and y'all make me feel so comfortable. I thank my family and my friends, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks.
Thank you. And Petros? Ms. Kiana?
I'd like to thank everyone here today. I was thrown in the deep end this morning with notice of you're going on the floor and presenting today with me. He's always trying to give me teachable moments, and I appreciate you guys being a part of this process with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney Bonvanek.
Yes, good afternoon again. And I would like to also join in expressing my appreciation and appreciation of the principals for Sunshine Parking for this courtesy and the opportunity to present our vision for this project, and commend also the other testifiers for the projects that they represent, and join in the comments that have been made with respect to them as the Virgin Island to see us moving forward in those areas. Many of the people who will utilize the storage capacity we hope to implement will be repairers, mechanics, and other small businesses, which today are at a disadvantage because they can't stock the things which they need and are called upon to provide in emergency situations. They don't have the space. This hopefully will accomplish that and rectify that problem. And again, we can all move forward as a community to better diversify and strengthen our economy. Thank you all for the opportunity today.
Thank you. And I do have one more question that I missed. That's a very important question. And this is for Ms. Brathwaite and for Attorney Bonvanek. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommended a use variance based on the request that's before us. Do you see any challenges with that? And I'm going to start with Ms. Brathwaite.
No, I don't.
Mr. Bonvanek?
No, Senator. In fact, that's what we asked for. We
Okay.
actually have applied for a use variance. We have not sought a rezoning of the property.
Okay. All right, perfect. So without any further ado, the Committee on the Whole stands in recess for 3 minutes. Excuse me. The Committee of the Whole is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2?
Block 2, ENC Development, LLC, ZAT 229. Request to rezone parcel number 2, Remainder Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R3, residential medium density, to C, commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Kent Bernier, applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Diego A. Lima Jr., ZAT 2215, request to rezone parcel number 3, 103, Remainder Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R3, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Diego A. Lima Jr., applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leslie Phipps, grant of entrance easement from the government of the Virgin Islands by and through its Department of Property and Procurement, grantor to Leslie Phipps, grantee. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Leslie Phipps, grantee. This concludes the reading of Block. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to ask the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record. And we will start with the representatives from the Government of the Virgin Islands. We'll start with the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Please recognize the mic of Deputy Commissioner Richards. You may proceed. That would be the mic of Senator Carla Joseph. Start again, Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Donna Fred Gregory, President of the Legislature, and other members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I'll be representing Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol this afternoon.
Thank you. Mrs. Leah Laplace Matthew, could you please put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and with me is Ms. Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Thank you. Ms. Palomis, can you please put your name and title on the record?
Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician.
Thank you. Who speaks to Soraya Diasi Kofet Living Trust, ZAT? Okay, I'm on the wrong block. Who speaks to EAC Development LLC, ZAT -22-9? EAC Development.
Yes. Good morning, Committee Chair, the Donna Fred Gregory, and the other committee members. My name is Julio King, and I'll be representing ENC Development, Inc.
Okay, do we have any other? Yeah. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Kent Bernier Jr. I'm
consultant to ENC Development, Phase 1 Environmental.
Thank you. Who speaks to the name Diego A. Lima Jr., ZAT 22-15?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diego A. Lima Jr. I am the owner of property parcel number 3-103.
And do you have a support with you today?
Good
Please
morning.
put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Jeffrey Busholta, and the project architect, assisting Mr. Lima with his development.
All right. And the pages are not numbered, so bear with me. Leslie Phillip, for the easement that's before us, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ruth Ann Magnuson. I'm a local attorney, and I'm speaking on behalf of the requested entrance easement.
Okay, and Mr. Phipps, sorry, you're here. Please just put your name on the record. You have to speak into the mic, sir.
Wangshi Rivera Senior, and I'm here in the event we have any question that the attorney wouldn't be able to answer.
Yes, and please don't be nervous. You're amongst a friendly conversation today, okay? So we are going to start with the testimony of the EAC Development LLC. CAT 22-9. Who speaks to that request?
Yes. Good morning, Committee Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Novel Francis, and the committee members. As mentioned before, my name is Julio U.B. King, and I'm talking on behalf of ENC Development to offer testimony of ZAT-22-9.
Could you pull the mic a little closer, because we're, yeah. Okay, all right.
Which is for the rezoning of parcel number 2, Remainder Estate Bavoni, number 1, Frenchman Bays Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Island, consisting of 4.6 acres of land, for which I respectfully request Senate's approval. ENC Development previously sought, and this body, for approval of a lease agreement with the Department of Property Procurement and the government of the Virgin Islands to develop this parcel of land in Estate Bavoni. The lease agreement required the zoning of the property. This undeveloped property is currently zoned R3, overgrown with bush, and is directly on the Bavoni Road near the landfill. Unfortunately, until this recently, it was littered with stripped down vehicles and a favorite dump site for tires, household appliances, and furniture. Rezoning the subject parcel number R3, which is residential medium density, to C, commercial, is in line with the current development trend of the general area. During the CZM hearing, ENC Development listened attentively to the concerns of residents and gladly adopted the recommendation to relocate the egress to the west of the property and will incorporate landscaping to the property perimeter to improve aesthetics. The property will be used to develop 4 buildings of general warehouse and storage. This modern warehouse facility This modern warehouse facility, when all completed, will also bring at least 80,000 square feet of desperately needed general storage warehouse and flex commercial space to the St. Thomas market. The $7 million facility, constructed over a phase of 36-month timeline, will feature a microgrid powered by roof-mounted solar panels, and ground-based battery storage that can provide uninterrupted and affordable electricity for the tenants. The project will support jobs during the construction phase and directly create and support permanent jobs by the occupying tenants. ENC Development has already entered into the architectural and engineering phase of the project. With our rezoning approval, we can immediately transition to permitting and building acquisition, then construction phase. Approval of the zoning will create much needed alternative locations for new expanding business, as well as an option for tenant that may be displaced as the VI Port Authority and Government of the Virgin Islands develops the Crown Bay and sub-base commercial areas. I end, as I say, by respectfully requesting this committee's favorable consideration of the pending rezoning request of the subject property. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We'll now go to the representative for ZAT 22-15, who speaks on behalf of Diego A. Lima, Jr.
Okay.
Or do you speak on behalf of yourself?
Yes, I will
Okay,
be speaking
you may
on
proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon to all present. I'm seeking to rezone a parcel I have in Bavoni. It's a building already constructed. It's parcel 3-103, remainder estate Bavoni. I'm applying for zone map amendment to change the zoning from R3 residential to B3 business scattered. There's an existing building structure which I constructed recently with a 2 residential apartment on the upper level, storage space on the lower level. I gotten many requests for rent on the lower level in this Bavoni retail purpose. However, because of the request, certain businesses are not permitted under R3. So therefore, I'm requesting the change to business scattered to try and provide these businesses with appropriate licensing for these businesses. So I respectfully ask for consideration for this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see correspondence from the architect. Do you wish to read your testimony into the record? I think is appropriate.
Yes, good morning
You may
again.
proceed.
Good morning. I'm appearing in support of Mr. Lima's rezoning application of parcel number 3-103 remainder, Estate Bavoni, St. Thomas, from R3 residential.
Put your name again on the record, please, for the recorder.
Jeffrey Busholta,
Right.
project architect for Mr. Lima. The intent of the rezoning is to allow for the existing building to be a mixed-use structure with the leasing of business space on the lower level and the continued use of the upper level as residential units. The business lease spaces are expected to be office space, apparel and accessories, retail, finance services, and/or general merchandise retail, as would be allowed under the table of permitted uses for B3. The lot consists of 0.1707 acres, which is approximately 7,436 square feet. The existing built improvements on the site consist of a 2-story masonry structure and 6 paid parking spaces with turnaround area on site. The structure is 26 feet wide and 56 feet long in footprint, approximately 1,500 square feet. The upper level has 2 one-bedroom apartments with open storage rooms at level 1. It is anticipated that the lower level can accommodate between 2 to 3 business lease spaces depending on how it's divided and built out. The property is served by municipal sewer lines as the method of sewage disposal. The property is also served by municipal water lines and also has a 13,582-gallon cistern with rooftop rainwater collection. The property is not located in a flood zone, and there are no cultural or historical resources on the site. If the rezoning request is approved, the parcel will be in compliance with all of the requirements of the B3 zoning district, including the following: required off-street parking, limitations on persons per acre, permitted lot occupancy, required lot area, side and rear yard setbacks, and the maximum height. The site is located on the Bovoni Road. The composition of the property uses along this public road is a mixture of business and residential uses. On the road that spans from the Bertha C. Bachelta Middle School to the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Many of the properties along this road include several parcels which are currently used for business purposes, and we feel the proposed rezoning would not only be in agreement with the current mix of uses along the Bovoni Road, but also diversify the types of services that could be available to the residents of the neighborhood. The proposal will support small business development in the territory while increasing gross receipts and other tax collections by the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you on behalf of the property owner, Mr. Lima, for allowing us to present the application for the rezoning of parcel 3-103 Remainder Estate Bovoni, and for your consideration of this request.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bachelta. We'll now move to, and please give me your name again for the easement. Could you please
Yes. Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Committee of Whole. My name is Ruth Ann Magnuson, Magnuson. I'm a local attorney.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much. We have come before the committee today requesting a request for an entrance easement over parcel number 11, Estate Dorothea, number 6, Little Northside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, which is currently owned by the Government of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. We are requesting a grant of easement of necessity to landlocked parcel number 15, Estate Dorothea, number 6, Little Northside Quarter, owned by Leslie Phipps. Mr. Phipps took ownership of the property of parcel number 15 by adjudication of the estate of Earle Benjamin Phipps, which was recorded April 15, 2008, as document 2008-004353 in the records of the Virgin Islands. And in early 2015, Mr. Phipps requested through his agent, Mr. Rivera, Juan Rivera, who is with me here today, that the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture grant a perpetual easement over parcel number 11 for ingress and egress to parcel number 15, because the parcel number 15 was landlocked. On October 27, 2015, the Department of Agriculture, through the then Commissioner Carlos Robles, wrote to the Honorable Randolph Bennett, the then Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, indicating that due to a surveying error, Mr. Phipps' access to parcel 15 was blocked, and that the Department of Agriculture had no objection to the granting of an easement to allow access to parcel 15 over parcel 11. On July 27th, advanced method of surveying by surveyor David McCoy produced a boundary survey of parcel 15 with a proposed entrance easement. A copy of that survey has been provided in your packets. And the boundary survey showed not only the proposed placement of the entrance easement, which was over a roadway on parcel 11 that has been used for many, many years, but also showed the meets and bounds of the proposed entrance easement. Additionally, the correspondence indicated that the correspondence that I have referred to was incorporated into the boundary survey. Although the Department of Agriculture had no objection to the granting of the easement, it appears that no formal action was taken on this request until August 13th of 2021. At that time, Mr. Phipps received correspondence from Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, that the department was willing to grant an easement based upon the necessity over parcel 11 for ingress and egress to parcel number 15. This was due to the fact that there was no other legally recognized ingress and egress from parcel 15, and such easement was of a necessity. The correspondence further indicated that the granting of the easement required the governor's approval in accordance with 31 VI Code Section 205B, and the legislature's approval in accordance with 31 VI Code Section 205C. On June 21st, 2022, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor of the Virgin Islands, submitted the grant of entrance easement to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, for ratification by the legislature, and that is why we are here at the hearing today. The proposed entrance exhibit over parcel 11 has been utilized for ingress and egress to parcel 15 for many years. There is no other access available for Mr. Phipps to enter his property. Thus, the entrance easement is of necessity. And on behalf of Leslie Phipps, we're requesting that this honorable body approve the granting of the entrance easement to allow the access to and from Mr. Phipps' property. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. The representatives from Department of Planning and Natural Resources, can you please read your report for ZAT 22-9, EAC Development, LLC?
Good afternoon. I'm going to put this to read that report into the record.
I beg your pardon?
Good afternoon.
I'm having a hard time hearing. And I'm also going to ask media, we have a slide up on the screen in the chambers. Can we please take it down? It says, it makes reference to a Vernie commercial. Can we take that down until we're ready for that part of the discussion? Mrs. Laplace, Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. You can proceed with your testimony. I think you were asking a question, but we couldn't hear you.
I'll go ahead with the reading on CAT 2-9.
Oh, Ms. Polomis. Okay, you may proceed. You may proceed, Ms. Polomis.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STC-7, application numbers AT-2-9. Petition of ENC Development LLC requesting that parcel number 2 remainder Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman, from R3 residential medium density to C commercial. Owner applicant. The owner of record is the government of the Virgin Islands as per warranty deed dated February 11, 1969. The applicant, ENC Development LLC, will be leasing the property. Acreage. The property comprises of 4.643 acres as described on OLG drawing number D9-9579-T021. Current use, it is undeveloped. Proposed use, storage warehouses and offices. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north of the property is a commercial complex and residences. To the south is a public landfill and a mix of business, commercial, industrial, and residential uses. To the east is vacant land, businesses, and residences. To the west is business, commercial, and industrial use. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, R3, B2 business secondary neighborhood, B3 business scattered, and C commercial. Infrastructure. Water will be supplied by the public water line. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. And oil and water separator will treat stormwater. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held May 24, 2022, there were 3 attendees who voiced opposition or concern with a proposed southern entrance and exit onto Route 30 Bovoni Road. The lease process, terms, and rates were also questioned. Following the public hearing, 3 letters were received, 1 in support, 1 in opposition, and 1 suggesting the entrance be changed as depicted in the post-hearing conceptual. The opposition letter listed the following as reasons for opposition. 1, the property has residential housing on 3 sides, sits east of other commercial property, and will set precedent for future developers to continue to bid and embark on the remaining residential community of Bovoni. 2, proposed development with unwarranted inconveniences to the neighboring community, example, noise, debris, traffic, land depreciation. 3, proposed southern entrance will create a second major intersection on already busy road with current major intersection 1 block further west. 2 busy intersections would create traffic flow restriction and increase hazard and danger for south bordering residents. Community safety would be adversely affected, and without proper traffic control, southern residents would have diminished access to the current property entrance. 4, there are no commercial developments to the east of Lima and bulk storage. 5, several open plots to west of proposed plot that are surrounded by other commercial warehouses, which would be better fit for commercial development. Concerned that land was never listed for lease to public, therefore never offered opportunity for more community-driven proposals such as park for housing. 6, proposed development will encroach on remaining Bovoni community. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Ken Bernier, authorized agent, testified the intent is to develop an off-grid complex of 4 structures totaling about 70,000 square feet. The complex would consist of a mini storage facility, a general storage facility, a light industrial warehouse, and a flex office and commercial facility. The site development would be completed in 3 phases over 36 to 48 months. The C commercial zoning designation is petitioned due to the area's development and use by light industrial and manufacturing uses. The landfill's proximity attracts the mix. The area has developed into a mixture of residential, business, commercial, and industrial uses. The area has had 34 zoning map amendment attempts with 25 granted. Of the 25, 18 allows for business, commercial, and industrial uses. The department recognizes the area's change and continued use by the mix of residential, business, commercial, and industrial uses and recommends approval of the rezoning request, but with the attachment of a condition. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 2, Remainder Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R3, residential medium density, to C, commercial, with restriction of the entrance and exit access to the western boundary. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated July 11, 2022. That concludes the reading of Z22-.
Thank you. Media, are you prepared to bring on the screen the drawings, maps, etc. of this particular request? You may proceed. So we're going to ask the representative to explain the slides that's before us. So who's going to?
My name again, Kemp Bernier from Phase 1 Environmental. and I'll be the one going through the slides today.
You may proceed.
The name of the complex that we're proposing to do is called Bovoni Number 2 Commercial Complex. As Mr. King explained before, we're basically looking to build a 70 to 80,000 square foot and a 4-acre lot, and the investment is close to $6 to $7 million investment. The great thing about this project is that this will be the first project on island that commercial aspect that all the tenants will have what's called a Tesla mega package. So basically is an off the grid site, meaning they won't be paying any WAPA, and it won't be affecting any of the infrastructure pertaining to getting power or water. All right. Here's just a proposed look of how some of the building types will look. Like I said, it's proposed. I do have more layouts of how it's going to look in as we go through the slides. This gives you a general idea of where the property is located. If you come on Route Bovoni Road, as you pass through, heading towards the commercial area, the one lot there with the yellow indicates the location of the proposed location. As you can see, parcel number 2 is 4.64 acres. This was a proposed site plan, but I'm going to show you the updated site plan. We did take into consideration the concerns from all the participants pertaining to the hearing, and we did change our entrance and exit area. All right, these are the site plans. Okay. One of the main reasons that we thought this would have been a good idea, after Irma Maria, we noticed that a lot of people, a lot of persons needed places to store, even places to work out of. And we figured that by giving them the opportunity to basically have this location, it will help with economically for them and for small businesses as well. Capital financing, a lot of the startup will be done with ENC Development, and then we have 2 other local banks that are going to be supporting. That's Merchant and Banco Popular. As you can see, this shows the capital funding layout. This is our project proposed financials. We're going to definitely start off with our investor A and B, who's going to start, and then as we proceed through phase 2 and 3, we'll have our financing through the local bank. This is our project team. All right. And like I said before, the reasons, like I said, with tropical storms, Irma Maria, the impact it did, and the idea of us bringing things together and putting out the warehouse and I guess building the different warehouses, it helps with employment and having startups in the Virgin Islands. I said before, we're going to be using solar panels to be off the grid. The economic impact for this project, it starts with about 250 construction phase jobs. We're looking at 50 permanent tenant jobs. It will help with import excise duties, gross receipt taxes, and payroll taxes. All right. Potential tenants. So it gives a variety, with the commercial, it gives a variety of persons that want to do different types of businesses, from mechanic to woodwork. So this will give them the opportunity, especially for that particular area where the surrounding areas, the surrounding properties are doing basically the same type of activities. All right, another aerial map. another map. Okay. All right, so here are some layouts of how the buildings may look, proposed layout. And how they'll be tiered on the property. And around the property, we'll definitely keep a lot of the green space so it's not impacting or noise pollution throughout the area. As you can see, we did change the entrance and exit. Originally, we had it south of the property, and now we have it west of the property right now. And this is just a layout of each of the warehouse spaces. All right, thank you. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier Jr. Who speaks to? No, that's not the question. Ms. Leah Laplace, Matthew, can you please provide the report for ZAT 22-15?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-7, application number ZAT-22-15. Petition of Diego A. Lima Jr., requesting that parcel number 3-103 remainder, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2 Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R3, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered. Owner applicant, Diego A. Lima Jr., as per deed of gift, dated October 13, 2012, document number 2016006328. The property comprises of 0.1707 acres and is described on OLG drawing number D9-5654-T94. Current use: 2-story structure with 2 two-bedroom apartments on the second floor and open storage rooms on the first floor. Proposed use: a mixed-use development. The storage rooms will be leased for business purposes, example, office, retail, etc. Second floor apartments will remain in use. Surrounding uses and zones. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, R3 and B3. There are residences to the north, vacant land to the south and west, and a boatyard to the east. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and public water line. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held August 12, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Lima testified the intent is to lease the storage rooms on the first floor for business purposes. It was discovered the R3 zone does not permit some business uses as a matter of right when a tenant applied for a business license. The 2 apartments on the second floor are currently rented and will continue that use. They have their own private parking area, which is separate from the first floor commercial parking area. The 3 storage rooms or bays can be divided as needed, and the businesses would be restricted to 8 to 5 working hours to discourage conflicts with the residential use upstairs. The current R3 zoning allows for retail, office, and other non-residential uses, however, with conditions, namely a hotel/guest house and/or apartment complex of 5+ units would need to be on the site to allow the non-residential uses as accessory uses. The area has developed with a mix of residential, business, commercial, and industrial uses. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the appropriateness of the requested B3 zone for the proposal and area. The B3 zone allows mixed use. The nearby existence of retail and office uses would lessen the reliance of having to utilize a car to obtain goods and services residents would need. There were no concerns expressed by the public, and the already developed site complies with the B3 development provisions. The B3 business scattered zone is appropriate for the petition because it was primarily intended to small neighborhood serving retail businesses within residential districts, usually a single store or small strip mall. The B3 zone was established to accommodate the interspersion of business uses in residential areas, and it would allow a lesser intensity of uses than what would be allowable by the other business zones, B2 and B4. The B3 zone would permit non-residential uses, retail and offices, as well as continue to allow residential use of the property. The department's recommendation: Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 3-103 Remainder Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2 Frenchman Bay Quarter St. Thomas, be rezoned from R3 residential medium density to B3 business scattered. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated August 31st, 2022. And that concludes the department's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Laplace Matthew. Not sure why I'm echoing. We'll now hear from the representative of Mr. Leslie Phipps, Attorney Magazine. Oh, no. Do we have any, before we do that, do we have any maps, drawings, etc. for ZAT 22-15? All right.
Ruth Ann Magnuson, I don't know if...
No. I went ahead of myself. We first need to hear... from Mr. Lima. And Mr. Bachelta, you'll be providing the presentation?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay, so I think this is what DPNR, what was submitted to DPNR. And this is a photograph of the front of the building. It shows the two-level structure with the two one-bedroom apartments upstairs, and then the first floor is just an open bays right now. And also it shows the parking in the front of the building. This is a view from the western side of the structure. And that in the rear is the entrance for the upstairs tenants. I think that road is called Hillcrest Road. This is an aerial. So the site is the parcel that's outlined in yellow. To the right of this slide would be going towards Bavoni, the gasworks, gas station, and towards Bolongo. And then to the right of the slide is heading towards Clinton Phipps Racetrack and Nodder. So, yeah, this is a official zoning map. Next. This is a FEMA firm map showing the flood zone in an area, and the property being considered is outside of flood zone, is in flood zone X. This is a site plan. So the building is the rectangle in the center of the map, and it shows the parking spaces in front and the two parking spaces in the rear of the lot. And then the public road is to the south, Bavoni Road. So this is a floor plan of the lower level. Right now it's showing two lease spaces. However, it could, like I said, it could be divided into possibly 3 if needed, depending on the needs of the potential tenant. Next. And this is a layout of the upstairs residential portion. It's a simple 1-bedroom, and then living room, kitchen, dining with a bathroom, and then the other side is a mirror image. Next. These were the elevations that were developed for the building. Next. And more elevations in the backside with the residential entrance. Next. These are just some cross sections through the building to give you an idea of how it is in cross section and showing the cistern.
Mr. Bachelder, thank you for your presentation. We'll go straight to the representative for Mr. Leslie Phipps.
Yes.
Wait, hold tight. Did I get that report? I have to make sure that I'm on task here. No, I did not. Mrs. Leah Laplace. Well, actually, this is the representative from the Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Vincent Richards. You may provide your testimony on the grant of easement from the government of the Virgin Islands through the Department of Property and Procurement to Leslie Phipps.
Good morning to the Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory.
Please recognize the mic of Mr. And that would be Senator Angel Volquez's regular seating mic. You may proceed.
Good morning to Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate Vice President, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., all the remaining members of the Committee of the Whole of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing public. My name is Vincent Richards, and I am the Deputy Commissioner of the Division of Property and Printing at the Department of Property and Procurement. I'm here today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas to offer testimony in support of the proposed grant of easement over parcel number 11, remainder, Estate Dorothea, number 6, Great North Side Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to Leslie Phipps for egress and ingress to parcel number 15, Estate Dorothea, number 6, Little North Side Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The government of the Virgin Islands owns parcel number 11, remainder, Estate Dorothea, as shown on Public Works document A3-8-T31, and Mr. Phipps owns parcel number 15 at Estate Dorothea. The two parcels are adjacent to each other. However, parcel number 15, Estate Dorothea, is landlocked and only accessed through parcel number 11, remainder Dorothea. In order to formally create a point of access and formalize existing prior usage, the government is proposing to grant a perpetual easement over the government's property for continued access to parcel number 15, Estate Dorothea. The government will retain ownership of parcel number 11, remainder, Estate Dorothea. The easement will consist of 4,336 square feet, more or less, or 0.01 U.S. acres of land, as described in the McCoy Boundary Survey marked as Exhibit A and attached to the grant of easement. The easement is intended to run with the land for the purpose of egress and ingress to parcel number 15. As part of the consideration for this easement, the grantee will be responsible for the maintenance, upkeep, repairs of the easement, and at its sole cost. The following conditions, which are written into the grant of easement. Grantees shall be responsible as grantees' sole expenses for all maintenance, upkeep, and repairs to the easement, and shall obtain written approval from the grantor prior to the construction of any improvements on the easement. Grantees shall not obstruct or cause to be obstructed by any improvements, grantor's use of the grantor's property. Grantees shall not alter the easement or construct improvements thereon unless grantee has obtained written approval from the grantor in each and every instance, and notwithstanding any provisions herein to the contrary, the size of the easement shall not be increased. Grantees shall use the easement subject to all zoning regulations and to covenants, restrictions, agreements, and all easements now of record privileges and improvements thereof, taxes and thereof unto taxes and all other public laws and regulations applicable to the United States Virgin Islands. Grantor shall not assume any responsibility to the grantee, grantee's heirs, successors, and assigns, or any persons using the easement by invitation, express or implied, or by reason of conducting business with grantee, grantee's heirs, successors, or assigns. Nothing contained herein will result in forfeiture of the grantor's title to the grantor's property in any respect. The Department of Property and Procurement reiterates its support for the grant of easement to Mr. Phipps and requests the approval of the 34th Legislature in this regard. This concludes my prepared testimony, and the department remains available to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Do we have drawings media that we can bring up on the screen for this? Mr. Richards, are you prepared to explain the drawings? The file has drawings in it.
Senator,
Okay.
I didn't.
You may proceed.
Pardon?
You may proceed.
No, the drawing on the map here, I believe is a subject property that the GVI owns. I can't see it closely enough to identify it. I get an Earle.
Do you have it in your file?
Pardon?
Do you have it in your file?
In my computer, no, I do not, Senator.
Attorney Magnuson, are you able to explain this? Because it's important that we understand what we're approving.
I believe, yes, good afternoon again. I believe that I saw my correspondence up on the screen, and there was a copy of the survey map from Amos. And there was the small version of the 8.5 version of the survey map, but in the next page over, there was a small portion of it that's more readable. It's a larger section.
Media, can you go through the slide until we find where the particular slide that helps to, no.
Keep going, yeah.
I'm not certain what all of this stuff is.
I think you're close.
Senator Johnson is asking for a point of inquiry, so we're going to allow him the point of inquiry while we figure this out. But important to making these decisions is that we understand exactly what's being asked. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Madam Chair. My point of inquiry.
We're unable to hear the senator on this end.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You may proceed.
My point of inquiry is to Mr. Richards for property procurement. I listened to the conditions of this easement, and it bothers me a bit because all the conditions about heirs cannot obtain this easement if he's landlocked, and he have to pass and family build homes there. Then what are we saying? So I need a little more clarification when it comes to heirs not being able to get that easement because he's landlocked. So some of those conditions doesn't help Mr. Phillips if he's supposed to give his family, pass on to his family this property. So I need a little more clarification from Mr. Richards on that.
Senator, I'm a bit confused. The easement is perpetual. Sir?
If I may, Madam, in your testimony, you said
One second. The senator asked a question, so I need to make sure that his question or the answer satisfies his concern or his question. Senator Johnson, you may proceed if you have an additional follow-up.
Yeah, well, because his testimony says that no heirs can get that easement, and he passed it on to his heirs in Mr. Richards' testimony. And I'm saying if we're giving him an easement and we put in all of these conditions where he have to maintain it, then it's best to just give up the entire property and not still hold ownership to it. He's landlocked.
I think to the senator's question is basically apparently the adjacent properties. I guess the question for me, based on his concern, is the adjacent properties belong to the government as well?
The subject property on the map is number 15.
Please bring up the subject, because that's exactly what I'm trying to get at, the particular subject, so we can be clear as to what we're approving, and we would have an opportunity to see whether or not adjacent properties do belong to the government as well, to resolve any concerns that senators have and to basically answer the question that the senator has.
This subject map is number 15 that is owned by Mr. Phipps. So that's a fact. Now, the question about the easement is perpetual. It's forever.
Okay, so give us a perspective. So this is up on the screen, and basically what area on this property, on this screen, in the map that's in front of us, is the government granting the easement? So give us some direction. We're looking east, west, north, and south.
The easement is the upper left-hand corner. I have it on the map that's in front of me. The upper left-hand corner, there's a 4,000 square feet, give or take, easement that accesses the government, that accesses the property.
Okay, and to the left and the right of that, who owns those properties? Is it the government as well?
The government owns parcel number 11. Yes.
And parcel number 11 is on the left?
It's to the left, to the upper left.
Okay, so that answers the senator's question that the government still owns that property.
Yes, the government owns the property,
Hence the reason why the need just for an easement.
Yes, Senator. They requested an easement and we granted an easement.
Understood. Thank you for your response. Okay. We received your testimony from Department of Property and Procurement regarding the easement, and we also received the testimony from the attorney representing Mr. Phipps. So I believe that we have all the information in front of us from all parties that are in this particular block. So we're going to move to the senators. So we're going to start with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes in block number 2.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the now testifiers, to the people of the territory, central staff, and my staff alike. My first set of questions is in regards to the representative for Mr. Phipps. I was trying to figure out the size of this easement. So either property and procurement or his representative.
Senator, could you speak into the mic?
What is the size of the easement, and where exactly on the government's land is it going to be placed?
The size of the easement, Senator, is approximately 4,000 square feet. And if you look to the upper left-hand corner, there's a sliver there that shows the easement.
The other question I wanted to ask quickly in regards to this, there was the discussion about the easement. Who is going to be responsible? I know you said they have to maintain, etc. Who pays for it? And after it's already installed, would it be considered government land or private land? Because that's important for me to understand.
As written, the government will retain ownership, but the easement is granted perpetually forever to the owner or future owners of the subject parcel.
Okay, so that means if it's passed on, that perpetuity will continue on with the piece of land.
Yes, Senator.
I totally understand that. I want to ask in regards to ZAT 22-9. You spoke about staying off the grid. That part kind of stuck up in my head in regards to these Tesla installed energy generators. Explain a little bit about that, and why is that so pertinent for you to make a part of this project?
Camp Bernier Phase 1. So it's a solar microgrid. Is complemented with the Tesla Megapack, and it helps with the tenants mainly, so that they don't have to pay additional pertaining to their rent. It helps that the power package basically helps with that. It also helps with, just the environment in general. The fact that it's not receiving or getting power from WAPA. It doesn't put a full strain on their capacity. So it helps all around.
There was some pushback for the project, I heard. And one thing I noted is that there's residential on 3 sides.
1 minute.
I think they said on 3 different. Explain that part to me that you shared.
I am very familiar with the one particular person that didn't want the property because basically he owns bulk storage, and he wasn't happy to know that there's a competitor coming in.
So that's
competitive. That kind of I can see where it came from.
Okay.
Also, if you look at the aerial map, you'll see that it's not surrounded by residential.
Okay.
We do have commercial on one side and mixed use straight ahead. The one major concern from one of the property owners was that the entrance originally where it was placed was on Bavoni Road, and we changed it towards the project road, which is the west of the property.
Yes, I saw DPNR made a recommendation.
Yeah, and we fulfilled that right away.
Okay, good. Last question. This one is in ZAT 22-15. In regards to... Madam Chair, may I finish my question?
You may wrap up, Senator. Yes.
Thank you. As it relates to the architectural structure, I think Mr. Brushelty was speaking to that a little bit earlier. One of the things that I notice with buildings and building in that area, when areas become a little too densely populated, we have a concern about sewage and all these additional things. How are we going to make sure these things are mitigated with another continued building of a complex such as this?
So the structure exists, and it has a connection already to the municipal sewer. We didn't propose to put any on-site.
So there's nothing else additional, so we're good.
No, it's not proposing any more.
Excellent.
Addition.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I thank you so much for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Halliga. Next, we'll go to Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am in principle in support of all of these items in this block. I've had the opportunity to visit the site, and that's something that is essential for me when I'm making a decision. I have to be able to see. I walk by faith, but when it comes to development, I have to see what I'm looking at. So I am, in essence, in support of them. I recall vividly that we went through the lease agreement with ENC Development earlier, and so I was, of course, very much in support. I still have my little plea for a little bus station. Remember that, okay? And I've already spoke to Mr. Castor about it. It is something that the residents asked. That I pursue, and I am their servant, so I asked the question. So I'm looking forward to see that you could just get a little bus station. There's a long walk out. So I'm in support of that. Also, I had for the Lima, I did understand you had one area downstairs of the property that is vacant, and you know, and you're going to rezone it to a B3. That's what you're asking. And I don't know if you've been following, but I usually am not supportive of B3, especially in densely populated area, because sometimes they put up some of these bars and taverns, which is allowable. I just want to ask if that's your intention. I know you have right in there the office space and the retail. Is that your intention? Because you have the Purple Shop down there, but I'm not getting any, and over the years, they haven't created any type of nuisance. But sometimes you have a large crowd, if you have a bar and restaurant, and some people become a little bit undisciplined and uncontrollable. You want to talk about that?
Yes. Hello? Yes, at the moment, it's open for rental.
Okay.
But definitely, I'm going to try to keep it down to businesses that don't have alcohol or bars type of businesses.
Okay, all right. And finally, for the easement, I wanted to ask if you're going to have an easement also on the other side. This would be on the right-hand side, so that they can go any access to the other properties there. It's just a one easement on that one side, on the north side. Mr. Richards, because I'm looking at the bubble on the diagram here.
Senator, we granted what they requested, Senator.
Well, and what is it? Is it one whole easement? Okay, so those bubble areas, is that representing the easement area?
The upper left hand corner. You see the line, the thin line that runs there?
Yes.
That's the easement. That'll allow them to access and to exit the property safely, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. We have to go back one. I skipped over Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. My apologies for skipping you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That what happen when you in travel. They don't see you. Appreciate it, though. I do support all these three initiatives. I would like to first ask one question to ZAT 22-9. With the change of the exit, would that slow up your business or anything like that? And I appreciate that you are willing to compromise. Would that hamper the business at any point?
Kent Bernier, Phase 1. No, it will not. As a matter of fact, it's actually helped us in improving the property. So, no, it won't affect the business at all.
And if this was supposed to go through, how soon would you guys be starting, and how how long will take to complete this project?
So we also have the 1 year lease agreement, but in that process, we're going to get, we have to go through the same package of with DPNR. Okay, my correction, but we'll be starting right away.
Okay, thank you very much. And ZAT 215, you said that you have some parking space in the back so that the residents have easy access. Why would you put restriction on the business to close them at 5 if the parking lot is not going to hamper the resident from getting to their apartment? Why would you restrict business to that extent? That's ZAT 2215.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't really.
There's 2 parking spaces to the back of the building, if I got it right, for the residents that living upstairs. So my question was, why would you put restriction on the business in the front that they must close at 5? At least you're going 8 to 5. If the parking lot, the tenants have parking space in the back, why would you restrict the business from going past 5?
Yes, the parking for the tenants are separate from the parking commercial. Depending on the businesses time schedule, that's something at the moment I don't have no control. I don't know. Because everything's gonna be for rental. But everything is separate. Parking for the tenants is separate from the parking for the commercial area.
Well, I was just watching where you guys said that business will be strictly to 8 to 5. So I was just trying to figure out why would you not allow them to go till 6 or 7 if it's not a disturbing business and the parking space doesn't hamper the resident from getting in and out to their apartment.
No, the apartments and the building is completely separate parking. They're actually on a different road. They have nothing to do with one another.
I think he would be open to whatever the authorities allow in terms of the time that the businesses can operate, whether that's through DCLA or DPNR.
All right, thank you very much. And to Mr. Phipps, I sure do glad that the government is working with you. I know what it is to be landlocked. My family had some issues with that type of business before. So I'm glad that you will get some easement and hopefully you and your family could, go on with your lives and do what you need to do. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting all 3 of these initiatives. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questions. I will come to Senator Bolkes. Senator Large Bolkes, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Lima and Mr. Bernier, I must say that I admire your foresight. We know that the estate Bovoni area will be seeing a number of enhancements in the infrastructure, and the economic activity in that area will be booming over the next few years. And I must say preparation in this aspect, just to create jobs or opportunities for people in the area, should be on any business owner's mind and the residents of that area. From the racetrack and even public sector enhancements that will be taking place there. Mr. Lima, could you tell us what are some of the type of businesses that you plan to allow in that area once you receive this rezoning?
Well, at the moment, it's hard to figure out because they're going to be up for rentals. So I can't predict who wants to rent right now. But I do have people came to me like they want to put a learning center for children, toddlers and so on, a learning center. They also somebody want to rent us selling phone cards, telephone, mobiles, stuff like that. Stuff that we don't actually have in the area. So we are trying to rent to people that will enhance the area in the sense of bringing in businesses that actually don't exist there right now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great for more diversity in the area.
Correct.
And Mr. Bernier, are you also amenable to any recommendations for what you will be allowing once receiving this approval?
We're definitely going to be open to basically anyone that's wanting to start a business or looking for warehouse space to do anything. So we're definitely open. That's why we asking for the commercial, so it gives them more option.
Okay, excellent. And I'm assuming you will be looking for hirees in the area as well?
1 minute.
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. I know that there has been a few oppositions that we saw in the report, and you are amenable to making any changes if needed be?
We already made the changes.
You already have made every single change that is necessary?
Every single change that they've asked, we made. As, the same day, as a matter of fact, when the person raised the concern pertaining to the entrance and exit of the location on the Bavoni Road, we actually changed it to the project road the same exact day.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for those answers, and that is all I have, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you very much, Senator at Large Balquez. Next, we'll come to Senator Carrion. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon once again to the testifiers that are here. Yeah, with regards to ENC development, there were some concerns, and let me ask PNP. One of the concerns that we saw here listed in the Department of Planning Natural Resource report from the letters they received from the opposition, there was concern that the land was never listed to lease to public, therefore never offered an opportunity for more community-driven proposals to be presented. I don't know anyone from the government side can speak to that just to clear out the air with regards to one of these positions that was presented.
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. I listened to the hearing. That was a question that was asked by a neighbor that has a similar complex, and I guess according to the tone of the question, they wanted to know why they weren't offered the property first rather than to their competition. I explained during the hearing that we don't put property out for bid usually, unless there's some extenuating circumstances. But we were approached by this developer or this group to do this project, and we chose to do it, and that was the way it was done. So putting it out for RFP or request is not mandatory. It's not mandatory.
So I just wanted you to put out on the record that government properties are listed and individuals interested can go through the application process, right? That's correct?
Yes, usually yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up.
1 minute.
Mr. Diego Lima, so the reason for the change in zoning that you're requesting, because you want to be able to track, I heard, other type of businesses that are not within the criteria of the zoning you have currently, right?
Correct.
And I think I hear some of my colleagues kind of asking what type of businesses you're planning to would like to attract. So before that, can maybe Assistant Commissioner Richards tell us what options he have currently under the zoning he has?
Good afternoon, Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner, DPNR. I think the current zoning is R3, and so it's restricted to residential development and limited options for businesses, only some storage and other type activities as an accessory use. But with the B3, Mr. Lima will now have the options of offering up to 130-something different retail type activities.
Tell us a little bit that limited option
Time.
that is connected to that is defined as accessories. What are those limited options that you have under the current zoning, especially for people who are viewing and listening and might not understand?
So under R3, it's basically restricted to storage activities associated with the residential development, parking, but no business type retail activity would be allowed in the R3 district. The R3 is basically just a higher density of residential use, apartment buildings, more intense residential use.
Okay. Mr. Boshelty, you're the architect who's been contracted.
From the table of permitted uses for R3, he would be allowed to do artist studios, a boarding house, churches, temples, synagogues, Sunday school buildings, civil, social, fraternal, association, clubhouse, or office, multiple dwellings, home occupation, labor union, or similar labor organization halls, museum, nursery school, professional and business membership organization office, rooming and boarding house, art, dancing, diving, and snorkeling, music, nursery, primary school, water sports, sales and rental. And then, as was mentioned, there's other accessory uses under apartment houses, and some of those are apparel, retail, artist gallery, automobile, motorcycle rental, barber, beauty shop, bar, tavern, books. But there's others, but because it's not defined as an apartment house, you wouldn't be allowed to do those uses. Because apartment house, I think, is 4 or 5 units, and his is only 2 units.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, if I may, just the last question.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Why DPNR didn't recommend a variance for this case and are granting the zone change? Please elaborate. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll allow Ms. Laplace to expand on that, but it's primarily because they have not specifically indicated what the use would be. They're leaving themselves open to the wide array of uses under the B3 zoning. If there was a specific use that they wanted that wouldn't have impacted and the other reason is that because of the location of the property, it fronts on the Bavoni Road, so it's consistent with the development of the area, and it wouldn't have made a big difference to apply the variance. But again, they didn't ask for a specific use, so we thought it was okay to open it to the wide variety of uses under the B3.
You still wanted Ms. Laplace Matthew to elaborate? If you may elaborate on Ms. Laplace Matthew.
Good afternoon. So his property is in an area that has had a number of rezonings to different business zones, commercial zones, industrial zones. So his request for B3 was found to be compatible because the area already has all those zones and use.
Very well, thank you for that. Before we go to the next senator, Mr. Richards, Assistant Commissioner Richards, can you speak to what's the level of collaboration that occurs when an applicant come to the PNR requesting either a use variance or a zone change? What is the level of collaboration that occurs?
Okay, so I'll have Ms. Laplace respond to that because she is the one who actually works with the applicants from the very beginning to the end.
Ms. Laplace?
Good afternoon.
Matthews?
Good afternoon. So when an application is submitted, we will hold what's called a pre-application meeting to get some basics on why the request is being granted. Then it goes through the public hearing portion of DPNR, and we get the public's response to the proposal, and analysis is done of the request, the area, the changes that have occurred in the area, the neighbors' reactions and their concerns, and then that's where the final recommendation comes.
And I would suspect as well in the conference is that there is some discussion in respect to whether a use variance should be utilized versus a zone change. There's that conversation as the best remedy or suggestion, recommendation to proceed with this, the request.
That comes after the public hearing and doing the analysis and getting the public's response.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
We do Mr. Chair, we also discuss it directly with the property owner if we're suggesting something different than they're asking. So in the case of a variance, we do indicate to the applicant that it's preferable that they consider a use variance.
And at what point is that done? Because obviously there will always, almost 9 out of 10 times, there'll be some level of objection. So at what point will you make that determination as what would be the best route to go, especially you having the experience and the knowledge of what is expected?
Yeah. So, and again, I'll let Ms. LaPlace speak to this because she's the one that handles it daily. But in the pre-application, that's where you have that one-on-one discussion with the applicant, and we do at that time, it's like obvious when there are going to be conflicts, and so we talk about it in the pre-application meeting, and most of the time the option of a use variance is discussed if it would be applicable in that situation.
Very well, thank you. Ms. LaPlace Matthew, any further comment?
Yes, so it's discussed at the pre-application meeting, but it's also basically fine-tuned after the public hearing and the analysis and the neighbor's response.
Thank you. Senator Potter, thank you for your indulgence. You're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Sure, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have many questions. In general, I'm supportive of all 3 rezoning requests. With regards to ZAT 22-9, I have to applaud you. You're saying that, I think Mr. King mentioned that this is a potential $7 million project. Did I hear correct?
That is correct, Senator. 7+ million.
Yeah, that is significant. Regarding the objections, and I think I heard Mr. Bonet said that most, if not all, of the concerns were addressed.
That is correct.
Right? Yeah. I wanted you to elaborate a little bit on item number 3 in the DPNR proposal regarding the proposed southern entrance that will create a second major intersection on an already busy road with current major intersection, 1 block further west. 2 busy intersections would create traffic flow restrictions, etc.
So that
talk to me a little bit about that.
So
how that was.
Originally, when we presented during the pre-app meeting and during the hearing, the location supposedly was in the southern most area, which was Bavoni Road. Due to the concerns pertaining to high traffic and so forth, we changed the location to the west of the property. If I can't pull up the slide again, but I can actually show you the actual location west, where it shows the entrance and the exit of that location. Also, we still have to go through the process of DPNR and so forth. So, all this is just proposed.
Okay. I appreciate your willingness to make some adjustments.
1 minute.
And your flexibility, given the concerns of the general public. So you have to be applauded for that. Regarding ZAT 2215, how many businesses, Mr. Lima, do you anticipate will be accommodated once this rezoning is successful?
Well, the building actually could be, it's designed to be split up. So I figure between 2 2 and 4, depending on if somebody wants to rent the whole thing, they could rent it. But it's designed to actually be broken down into 4.
Okay. You've satisfied my concerns, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Mr. Lima, in regards, do you have any vacant businesses in that area? I know that you have several businesses that occupy that. Do you have any vacant within that close proximity?
Same building, you mean? In the building itself?
Yes, or close by.
Everything is vacant because I haven't rented anything.
No, your businesses in the area, is there anything vacant
Right
currently
now?
around that area? Yes.
No, not right now.
Nothing. Everything is occupied, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
We
So
have
there's a need for additional
land for lease.
space. I'm sorry?
We have land for lease sometime, depending.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Blyden, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies, and congratulations on your investment in the community. Let me start with Mr. Phipps. Congratulations. I hope that being landlocked for all these years and us assisting in that endeavor, that you and your family move forward and basically have a productive future when it comes to not having to have that worry on your head. So congratulations on that. Mr. Lima, I know of your business, your building is very strong. It's basically have a concrete roof.
Yes.
You know, and it's well built.
That's right.
And Pavoni area is becoming some like Tutu Park Mall area. I mean, there's businesses popping up every day, especially on the other side when it comes to industrial businesses, welding, heavy equipment, mechanic shops, you name it. They have all type of business in that area. And I don't think you'll have an issue with renting a spot, but I believe a good thing to have in that area because there's so many families. It's something with childcare. I mean, it's not a heavy impact, and it will stay rented, and it will stay. It's needed. So I will suggest and ask that you do consider that path.
That's my daughter actually is a teacher, so she's thinking of opening a learning center.
Excellent.
So most of the building, most likely, that's what we are aiming to do.
Excellent. I see that happening in the area, and it's going to stay packed. You're going to stay occupied. I don't think you'll have an issue with that. In respect to E&C development, it's good to see local developers doing big things because we always think of developers from outside, but we need to have developers from inside out. And Tuesday in St. Croix, we have some local developers who invest in between 8 and with their own equipment, 8 and 13, 14 million dollars on a big island of St. Croix, and you guys are investing $7 to $8 million here in St. Thomas.
1 minute.
And I think that's an excellent business to go into. Of course, the bulk storage, they're basically doing some of the same thing, but guess what? There's enough for everyone because we are growing daily around here, especially in this district, and we don't turn away investment. We don't. And the more investment, the more opportunity, the more taxes, the more jobs. So, I mean, there's no need to hate. We all can be in the same space and all of us can eat. So I think it's important that we support our own and we assist in whatever way we can. And we here in this body always do what we can to assure that our people eat and that their jobs are available for people because that's what it's all about. So I want to say congratulations. It's a good business to go into. Nonetheless, though, as you stated, with the compromise you made, it actually helped your business and it basically made it better for you. So it's not all the time when people oppose or have ideas, it's a bad thing. At times it's a good thing, something that you probably never saw before, you know, in your vision. So congratulations to all, and I definitely will be voting in affirmative for all 3 of these agreements. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for responses. I didn't really know the response. So, and I will be sponsoring all of these requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I just quickly want to ask each of you, is there a plan B? If those don't work out today, have you given thought to what would be the next step? And we could start with you, Mr. Lima, and then we'll just come down. Any second thought? Any plan B?
No.
Is this or nothing?
No. When you're making too much plans, think no. Only God knows exactly what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You gotta stick to your plan A.
Thank you. Mr. Benair?
No.
No plan B? No plan B. Attorney?
No, there cannot be a Plan B because we're landlocked otherwise.
It's all or nothing at this
Helicopter,
point.
yes.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate your candor. I mean, obviously, you have done a tremendous amount of work to get to this point. So you're resolute in terms of moving forward on this. I appreciate that candor. Senator Soro, you ready? You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Everything has been asked. So I wouldn't stand in the way of economic development and the dreams of, the testifiers before us. So I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. So no need to belabor the issue. Thank you for your willingness.
Thank you.
Very well, thank you. I wanted to use this opportunity to ask DPNR and even property and procurement in respect to the application process. Is there a cost associated with the applicants going through this application process for those that may be viewing and considering going through this?
Vincent Richards, property and procurement. We charge a minimal $200 application fee, and that's basically it.
And that goes to the general fund?
I'm not involved in the accounting part of the property. I don't know, Senator. Sorry.
Okay. Assistant Commissioner Richards.
Ms. LaPlace.
Ms. LaPlace. Application
Good
process and the
afternoon.
costs.
So, for our application, it's $250 plus an additional based on your acreage. And then the supplementary documents, there are costs, but those are to other government agencies, like if you need copies of maps and such.
And the advertising?
Very well. Yeah, advertising as well.
There's costs associated with the public hearing advertisement, so the newspaper ad, the adjacent property owner list letters. But those are, we don't have a amount, because it's based on how many documents you have and which newspaper you're going to.
And how long is the process, Ms. LaPlace Matthew?
For us, we can process a complete application, keyword complete, within 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. How long you been waiting, Mr. Lima?
1 year.
Mr. Benair?
Well, no,
I'd say about 6 months.
Months. Attorney?
I think Mr. Rivera has been working on this for several years.
3 years now.
3 years.
Alibi, Mr. Richards?
There, just for the record, that there are 2 separate processes. So when we finish our part, then the legislature has to take over. So we don't want to get caught up in the year time that didn't comply, didn't refer to us.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. When I said 1 year, I mean 1 year from the time I discovered that we couldn't use the R3. So I don't mean, I'm not saying that it took so much time with DPNR and so on. I mean, from the time I discovered that we couldn't use the building as a commercial.
Yeah, the question was not a facetious question. It's more importantly that we really need to streamline the process and work as a government, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the community. And that's the reason why I asked the question. I've been working with property and procurement as well as DPNR to really, just kind of streamline, so that we could get to the essence of being able to resolve some of these issues. They take too long. A lot of times it's a lot of redundancy that's incurring, and in government we really want to address that and be more government friendly. Mr. Rivera, you have something to say?
Yes, sir. I have to commend the public procurement, this administration.
Yes.
Because 2 previous administrations, and apparently they didn't know how to deal with this matter. It's this administration now that took it up.
Yes.
And bring it to this point.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I'm happy that we were able to get to this point. So I'll allow you to do a quick 30-second wrap-up. I think that we have exhausted all the questions in this particular round, and we'll start with you, Mr. Lima.
I just want to thank the senators and everyone involved. Appreciate DPNR for taking the time out, helping us with this process. Appreciate my architect. Without him, I don't think we would have been anywhere. So Jeffrey, I appreciate it, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. No.
All right. Julio King. I'd like to thank you guys for taking the time, the committee, to take the time to hear our plea. And we really appreciate all that you have done thus far, because this is the second time we're here in reference to the same ENC. Your favorable responses would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we'd like to, on behalf of Mr. Phipps, thank this body for the consideration, and especially thanks to Property and Procurement for pushing this through. It is greatly appreciated by Mr. Phipps, and I know that Mr. Rivera has worked long and hard and for Mr. Phipps. Thank you very much.
For your, I suspect that's your closing remarks. Correct, Mr. VP? I'm going to go to the government in a few minutes. I just have one overarching question for the Department of Property and Procurement, and that is, there was one objection to the ENC zoning application in particular. That property is currently owned by the GVA, correct? Mr. Richards?
The subject property number 2, Bavoni?
ENC, yes.
Yes, Senator, it is.
Okay, and there is a lease in place?
Yes, Senator, there is a long-term lease, Senator.
And we approved that lease a few months ago?
Yes, Senator, you did.
Okay, so there was one objection, and the objection actually got me to thinking. So, does the Department of Property and Procurement have a system in place where they put out notice to the community? Have you looked at your inventory of property, whether it be raw property or property where there's building space, and do you put out any information to the community saying that the government, we're talking economic development, right? The government of the Virgin Islands have X number of parcels for lease, etc. If you're interested, these are the types of businesses that we're looking for, you know, depending on the parcel, etc. Do you have a system in place to accommodate that concern? Because I believe it's a valid concern. It's definitely a valid concern, and it you know, eliminates any questions as to favoritism, that kind of thing, regarding how we issue our leases and how we conduct our rezoning. And the one thing that we didn't do is we did not correct, I think we didn't correct the record that objector also indicated that their homes on very close to the property. For my own clarification, is that property on the dump?
Number 2, Bavoni is not on the dump, Senator. It's across the street. It's across the street from where the dump is located, or the landfill is located, Senator.
So across the street, next to the school busing company?
Yes, Senator. It's east of the school bus company, Senator.
So it's east of school busing. Yeah. But east of school busing is a gas station.
No, Senator.
No, so sorry. East of school busing is heading east, right? Yes, you're correct. So that's that empty lot that's right there.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, understood. So there aren't any homes that's surrounding that property, because everything east in that particular cutout is basically the school busing, and then there's another commercial entity on top of the hill. I don't recall any homes in that area, just for clarification.
Senator, there is one. I want to believe the Lima family do have residences that neighbors this particular number 2.
Okay, I asking the right question. I talking about the Lima family ain't got nothing to do with this conversation. I asking you.
Senator, yes, they are. Yes, they are. There is one set of, or there are 1 or 2 homes that that border this specific property.
And were the individuals for those 1 or 2 homes, were there objectors?
No, they were not.
Okay,
Senator.
perfect. That's all I needed to know. So going back to the initial question.
So your initial question talked about Department of Property Procurement advertising property for development.
Correct.
Yes, we have done it. It's a process that we have tried. We have used in the last 2 to 3 years. The primary one and the most successful one we did, this body just acted on the Hotel on the Key property in St. Croix, where we wanted to generate as much interest as we can with the property, and to flush out the best possible developer. Yes, we have done it, and we did it with that development successfully on St. Croix. Are we planning on using that process again in the future? Yes, we are. More and more, we are.
That was a very good.
Especially when there's a property that we feel that either one, there's multiple interests that's being demonstrated in the property.
That's a good political answer, but basically what I was asking is, do you have a system where you have your inventory and you're sending out notices saying, hey, the government of the Virgin Islands is looking for XYZ?
Yes, we do have a system.
Okay, and how often do you send that notice out to the community?
We've tried it 3 times, and we've tried it 3 times successfully.
Okay, so we're looking forward to seeing a true system in place where you would be sending that out so we could really push forward with true economic development and folks could know that these properties are available.
Understood.
Thank you. I know that the testifiers were about to wrap up. I believe you were at the last one, Mr. Chair, so we're going to allow you, Mr. Richards, 30 seconds to close.
I just want to say thank you for having us here, and I'd like to also thank your body. One of our biggest issue of property and procurement is capacity, and in the last few years, you have added staff, added funding and staffing to our division specifically for our leasing specialists, that we can create more leases and process more leases faster, and as well as legal capacity as well. That's one of the biggest roadblocks that we have. And this body has given us funding, and you're seeing why, well, now an easement issue can take, we can have it done in a shorter period of time, whereas before it took much longer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards, property and DPNR, or Mrs. DPNR, could you provide your closing? Well, actually, you're going to be here with us a little longer, so without any further ado, the Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee of the whole is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda items of Block 3 into the record, please?
Block 3, the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust, ZAT 22-4, request to rezone 19F1, remainder, and 19N, remainder Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, from A1 agricultural to R3 residential medium density and C commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Soraya Diasi Kofeld. Applicant, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Brian Turnbull, Zoning Consultant. Market Square East Inc., ZAT 2211. Request to amend the official zoning map number TZ7 from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to C commercial to B2 business secondary neighborhood and R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family for parcel number L1 111 remainder C1 C remainder D remainder GHMNPS ROW parcel number 1A CA DA Q and R Estate Rappoon number 5B, New Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcel numbers 111, 111, 111 remainder, 15B1, 15B2, 15B3, 15F, 1151, ROW, parcel number 13, revised 1, and 13 revised remainder, Estate Dunu, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas. Invited testifiers, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Gershwin Sproul, President and CEO, Market Square Inc., Market Square East Inc., Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this is going to be a 3-minute round. We're going to ask the testifiers for ZAT 22-4 to please place their name. This is the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust, to please place their name and titles on the record. We'll start with Attorney Soraya Diasi Kofeld.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Madam Chair and all the distinguished senators present and other persons. I'm Soraya Diasi Kofeld. I'm the trustee of the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust, the owners of the properties that are seeking rezoning. And the zoning consultant for us is Mr. Brian Turnbull.
Thank you. Mr. Turnbull, can you please put your name on the record?
Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mic of Mr. Turnbull.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Turnbull. I represent the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust as zoning consultant.
Thank you. And the representative for ZAT-22-11, Market Square East, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and the rest of the body of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Gershwin Sproul. I am the President and CEO of Market Square East, Inc.
Okay, so we have only 2 requests in this block. However, Market Square East seems to be very extensive, so hence the reason for the extended 3 minutes. We're going to start with the representative for ZAT-22-4. Oh, but before I do that, let me just ask the folks for the Department of DPNR to please put their name and title on the record. While they've been here with us all day, it's always important to ensure that we are aware of who's participating in this particular block. Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I'm representing the Commissioner, John Pierre Earle, this afternoon.
Thank you. And Mrs. Laplace Matthew?
Good afternoon again. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and with me is Ms. Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician with the Department's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Thank you, Ms. Polimis. Can you please put your name and title on the record?
Jewel Polimis, Planning Technician.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll hear from the representative for ZAT-22-4, who speaks to this particular request.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Good
Please
afternoon.
put your name on the record again.
My name is Brian Turnbull. Good afternoon, Madam President and Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole and all distinguished senators. I am Brian Turnbull, a zoning consultant who is here speaking on behalf of the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust petition to rezone parcel numbers 19F-1, Remainder Estate Smith Bay, consisting of approximately 5.522 acres, and 19N, Remainder Estate Smith Bay, consisting of approximately 7.72 acres. Numbers 1, 2, and 3, Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. From A1, Agriculture, to C, Commercial, and R3, Residential Medium Density, respectively. We are also requesting the granting of use variances as recommended by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for churches and halls of worship, churches, synagogues, temples, and Sunday school buildings, boarding/lodging/rooming house, and hotels and guest houses for parcel number 19F-1 remainder, so that a portion of the property can be sold to the Community Baptist Church, a long-time tenant, and other development can be permitted. Present with me today, of course, is Ms. Soraya Kofeld, the trustee of the Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust, and an applicant. I would like to thank you and this august body for affording me and my client the opportunity to present this overview and summary of why we have applied for the rezoning of our properties cited above. I would like to provide some history as background for this petition. From 1988 to 1991, the Kofeld family purchased acreages from Kenneth Lindquist, deceased, in Smith Bay, which is located on the east end of the island. Over the years that the Kofeld family has owned the properties, the government of the Virgin Islands has condemned and took portions consisting of approximately 10 acres for the Smith Bay East Cemetery in 2002. Again in 2012 and 2014, the government purchased additional acreages to expand the cemetery. The condemnation and then later purchases by the government left the existing parcels exceptionally substandard in size. The current A1 agricultural zoning classification requires and restricts the subdivision of property to a minimum of 40 acres. In their current size, these parcels and properties, they are unsuitable for development to any use and activities other than those within the very limited agricultural classification. In accordance with the Virgin Islands zoning law, a property owner of substandard parcels is only afforded the minimum right to construct single-family or two-family dwelling on any such substandard parcels, notwithstanding its size. Clearly applying this rigid and inflexible standard to my client's 5.522 and 7.72 acres parcels of agriculture, A1 agricultural zone in classified land would be insane. Applying such a standard also provides little to no value nor offers any reasonable utility to such comparatively large acreages of property in today's Virgin Islands economic marketplace, and reduces the value of this property to mere agricultural uses and activities. For the past many years, we have been forced only to lease portions of the property due to the current A1 zoning restrictions. So if rezoning is granted, the current leasee of the portion of 19F-1 remainder, the Community Baptist Church, would finally be able to purchase and own the property outright it has occupied for many years. During our discussion with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, we also learned that the portion of the land currently leased to the Community Baptist Church would require a special use variance to enable us to sell it to the portion it has leased, if our zoning request is granted. After our public hearing, so we made further inquiry and investigation through DPNR, and we learned that between September 18th of 1975 and January 29th of 2020, a period of 45 years or over 4 decades, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Virgin Islands legislatures accepted, processed, and approved 14 rezonings of varying classifications, including A2, B2, C, R2, and R3, and use variances from the underlying A1 agricultural classification. We attached in our transmittal our petitioner's Exhibit 1, which is a listing of all those properties that have been granted zoning changes over those last 45 years. We also attached our petitioner's Exhibit number 2, which is a map showing the locations of all those 14 rezonings in relationship to our property or our parcels. Clearly, as both DPNR and the Virgin Islands legislature's records show, many of the agricultural zone tracts of land adjacent to my client's parcels have received non-agricultural based rezonings. In fact, over the past 4.5 decades, several acreages of the original agricultural A1 zone properties were rezoned because of the changing needs in our community and island for other than A1 agricultural uses and acreages, which were applied for and granted over the period. Over the past few decades, we have also witnessed those originally zoned agricultural tracts of property in this part of the island were converted into a variety of community and island-wide public and private uses: residential, commercial, business activities, including but not limited to a public cemetery, a U.S. Customs and Immigration Service office and processing center, churches, hardware stores, restaurants, and a variety of small businesses. If rezoning is approved, and my client wishes to make similar types of commercial and housing opportunities, such as commercial warehousing, bulk and cold storage facilities, funeral homes, businesses for equipment and services, small business centers and affordable housing, all of which are strategically placed opportunities to be located on the island of St. Thomas. We believe these two parcels are ideally situated to provide additional opportunities for the expansion of those types of activities which would support the community's need from an island-wide perspective, as well as the need of immediate surrounding neighborhoods. These parcels are also served by access to a variety of existing public services, including public transportation, potable water, and electricity. In accordance with the procedures established by the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, we met with and complied with all requirements set forth by the Division of Coastal Zone Planning for submitting this application. We participated in their public hearing, which afforded us the opportunity to present and defend our petition and address any concerns raised by other divisions within the department, agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands, who are all afforded the opportunity to provide their input and consideration, adjacent property owners, and the general public. No objections were filed. I am therefore, again, respectfully requesting the legislature's careful consideration, review, and approval of my client's petition to rezone these parcels. Parcels numbers 19F-1 remainder and 19N remainder from A1 agriculture to C commercial and R3 residential medium density respectively, and the granting of use variances as recommended by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for churches and halls of worship, churches, synagogues, temples, and Sunday school buildings, boarding, lodging, rooming house, and hotels and guest houses for parcel number 19F-1 remainder, so that a portion can be sold to the Community Baptist Church, a longtime tenant, and other developments can be permitted. Today we make ourselves, and we're happy for the invitation, to make ourselves available to you and the entire committee of the whole to respond to any remaining areas of concern you may have regarding our application for rezoning these parcels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. And we're now going to hear from Mr. Gershwin Sproul of the Market Square East Inc. ZAT 22-11. You may proceed, Mr. Sproul.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It is a pleasure to be here before this body and to give testimony on behalf of Market Square East Inc. for zoning map application ZAT 2211, which is being requested to rezone certain parcels of property at Rapun, which represents about 13.275 acres, and similarly parcels at Estate Dunu, totaling 8.328 acres for a total of 21.601 acres. During the early 1980s, the Alexander Valley administration approached Lockhart companies about land for a proposed government center to be placed mid-island on the island of St. Thomas, on the main thoroughfare with ready public access. Lockhart responded and identified land in the Rapun Hill area, Dunu Valley, as located suitable for the project. While the proposed government center never materialized, Lockhart pursued the development of the property between estates Rapun and Dunu with the creation of Market Square East. Since that time, the 18th legislature approved Act number 5546 on May 16, 1990, which amended official zoning district map STZ-7 by changing the designation of certain plots in Estate Dunu and Estate Rapun from R2 residential low density to B2 business secondary neighborhood, and from R2 residential low density to C commercial. Again on August 17, 1999, with Act number 6288,
Bill number 230135, official zoning district map STZ-7 was further amended by changing the designation of certain plots in Estate Dunu from R2 residential low density to C commercial. These zonings were necessary to allow Home Depot to set up its operation on St. Thomas, along with the development of Cost-U-Less and Caribbean cinemas. These three retail and entertainment giants were the foundation for Market Square East Center. Although various parcels were rezoned to establish the center, other areas of the Market Square East development were left as they were with their original zoning. As this area of the island has seen steady development of commercial activity, the primary intent of the current rezoning application is to have the remaining parcels within Market Square East zone consistent with the areas that have already been rezoned to allow for further economic development within the area. The requested zoning map amendment will further commerce and bolster the St. Thomas economy, will create additional job opportunities, and will spur new development in the area, all of which will be of benefit to the residents of St. Thomas and keep the concentration of commercial and retail activities suitably contiguous. The Raccoon Hill Weymouth Rymel Highway corridor is the most traveled road in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is the major thoroughfare on St. Thomas from east to west, located at the center of the island and producing significant economic activity along its pathway. Lockhart Realty Incorporated, LRI, as some people know it, has strategically developed and attracted major businesses over the years and is seeking to do the same at this time by requesting the rezoning of those parcels that were not included in prior rezonings. The adjacent parcels would match the majority zone parcels, creating zoning continuity within the property, the Market Square East commercial development. This will allow for the best use of the property as it creates meaningful development and economic opportunity for the future, an initiative consistent with the comprehensive coastal zone plan. The primary impetus for the zoning map amendment application request at Market Square East is the recognition by LRI of the continuing evolution of the Weymouth Rymel Highway as the principal corridor for commercial development east of Raccoon Hill. Consequently, LRI has developed a master plan for the development of Market Square East, and this rezoning application is the next step in that plan, implementation of the master plan. In developing the master plan, we have also conferred with the Department of Public Works and the Office of Highway Planning about the Government of the Virgin Islands plans for developing a north-south corridor in the Raccoon Hill area. I would like to highlight that there were no objections to the zoning map amendment application during the pre-application phase from any of the surrounding neighbors at the DPNR CCZP public hearing to which the community was invited to give testimony. We seek your favorable approval for the zoning map amendment application request for Market Square East, Inc. This ends the formal presentation of my testimony.
Thank you, Mrs. Sproul. Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mrs. Laplace Matthew. Who gives the report, yourself or Ms. Pulamis?
The first report, ZAT-22-4, will be read by Ms. Pulamis.
Ms. Pulamis, you may proceed with the report for ZAT-22-4.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-9. Application number ZAT-22-4. Petition of the Sarai Diasi Kofel Living Trust requesting that parcel numbers 19F-1 remainder and 19N remainder estate Smith Bay numbers 1, 2, and quarter St. Thomas be rezoned from A1 agricultural zone to C commercial and R3 residential medium density, respectively. Owner applicant. The Soraya Diasi Kofeld Living Trust, as per warranty deeds dated January 24, 2008, document numbers 2008 003 063 and 2008 004450. Special power of attorney was granted to Brian Turnbull. Acreage. Parcel number 19F-1 remainder is 5.52 acres and parcel number 19N remainder is 7.72 acres. Both are described on dry number D9-9564-T021 dated April 23, 2021. Current use. Community Baptist Church currently occupies an approximately 1 acre portion of parcel number 19F-1 remainder. The rest acreage of both properties is undeveloped. Proposed use. To provide affordable housing and small to medium-sized commercial business opportunities. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is Route 38, Emil Milo Francis Memorial Drive, Smith Bay Road, and the Sugar Bay Club and Resort. To the immediate east is a church, the Church of God of Seventh-day, and further east is a public cemetery. To the south is vacant land. To the west is residential land. The surrounding areas are zone A1, A2 agricultural zone, R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family, and R3. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public water line. Wastewater will be handled by the appropriate treatment system. Public response. No opposition or concerns were registered at DPNR's public hearing held March 9th, 2022, or after the public hearing. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Turnbull testified there are no immediate plans to develop the properties and the rezoning request is due to the current inability to develop under the substandard A1 zoning. The applicant believes the properties are suitable for small businesses, commercial, warehousing, and residential uses. There is a great need for affordable housing, particularly in the East End quarter. The current A1 zoning requires a minimum of 40 acres and allows no more than two dwelling units per lot of record. Large acreage agricultural use ended over 15 years ago, and the surrounding area along Smith Bay Road from subject property heading towards Red Hook has had 14 zoning map amendment requests. All 14 requests were granted, indicating the shift from large-scale agriculture to a mix of residential, business, and commercial uses is acceptable by the government as well as neighboring property owners. The zoning map amendment requests granted in the past included A2, R1 residential low density, R2, R3, B2 business secondary neighborhood, C, and use variances for business and commercial uses. The area has grown into a mixed-use corridor heading towards the Erman Victor Fredericks Marine Terminal, the Red Hook Ferry Dock. After analyzing the applicant's request, the mix of surrounding uses and zones, and the lack of opposition, the department recommends approval of the rezoning request. The requested zones are in line with what have been granted in the past, and the proposed development would not be out of character with the surrounding area. Use variances are also recommended to allow the current church and propose short-term rentals to be permitted because the requested C commercial zoning does not permit either. Also, the properties are within the Virgin Islands tree boa habitat, and the intended development could impact the movement and persistence of the endangered species. Flora and fauna surveys should be conducted before any development activities, and the department's Division of Fish and Wildlife has federally consistent standards for all clearing activities. All measures should be taken to protect the Virgin Islands tree boa so that the habitat is retained where feasible. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 19F-1, Remainder Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3 Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from A1 agricultural zone to C commercial with use variances for churches and halls of worship, churches, synagogues, temples, and Sunday school building, boarding, lodging, rooming house, and hotels and guest houses. And parcel number 19N, Remainder Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3 Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from A1 agricultural zone to R3 residential medium density. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated April 7th, 2022. This ends the reading of CAT-224 report.
Thank you. Let's bring up on this screen media the maps, drawings, designs, etc. of ZAT-22-4, please. I'm going to ask the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to provide the explanation of the proposed rezoning.
Okay, good afternoon. Next slide, please. So the property outlined in yellow and orange, those are the plots that are part of the petition. It shows the general location on St. Thomas. Next slide. And that shows the site condition, the topography of the properties. Next slide. That's the zoning map. Next slide. That's the soil survey. Next slide. And that's the conceptual. The portion in yellow is the property proposed for commercial zoning, and the reddish portion in the back is the property proposed for the R3 zoning. Next slide. That's another conceptual. Next slide. That's the conceptual again, showing commercial type activity to the north, and the southern part would be where the residential activity is proposed. Next slide. That's the end of this pictures.
Thank you. Can you please provide the report for ZAT-22-11? And that's Ms.
Report
Matthew
on
La Paz.
petition. Yes, report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-7, application number ZAT-22-11. Petition of Market Square East Inc. to amend the official zoning map number STZ-7 from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family and C commercial to B2 business secondary neighborhood and R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family for parcel numbers L-1, 1-1, 1-remainder, C-1, C-remainder, D-remainder, G, H, M, N, P, S, ROW numbers 1-A, C-A, E-A, Q, and R, Estate Raccoon, number 5B, New Quarter, St. Thomas, and parcel numbers 1-1-1, 1-11, 1-1-remainder, 1-5-B-1, 1-5-B-2, 1-5-B-3, 1-5-F, 1-15-1, ROW parcel numbers 1-3 revised -1, and 1-3 revised remainder, Estate Dono, number 2A, New Quarters, St. Thomas. Owner applicant, Market Square East Inc. as per quitclaim deed dated September 10, 1997, document number 5390/1997. The properties comprise a total of 21.601 acres as described on drawing numbers A9-859-T020 and A9-861-T021. Current use, undeveloped land. Proposed use, future development and expansion of the Market Square East Center. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north, a residential development. To the east, vacant land. To the south, a mix of uses, commercial, churches, and residential. And to the west, mixed use. Surrounding properties are zoned R1, residential low density, R2, R4, residential medium density, B3, business scattered, B2, C, and I2, light industry. What infrastructure? Water needs will be supplied by cistern. Wastewater will be handled by a wastewater treatment plant. Public response. During DPNR's public hearing held July 7, 2022, one adjacent property owner expressed concern with impacts any planned development would have on area residents. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Gershwin Sproul, president of Market Square East Inc., testified the government proposes to widen Raccoon Hill, Weymouth-Reimer Highway and create Route 381 at the top of Raccoon Hill, a four-way traffic-lighted intersection for the already existing eastbound-westbound vehicular traffic and opening a new northbound to southbound traffic, allowing connection to Frenchman's Reef Road on the south and Valdemar Hill Senior Skyline Drive on the north. Raccoon Hill, Weymouth-Reimer corridor is the most traveled and busiest road in St. Thomas. The area also produces significant economic activity along its pathway. The applicant is seeking to strategically develop and attract major businesses, providing greater development opportunity and allow for conformity with the already B2 zoned parcels of the Market Square East Center. The application reflects and responds to the evolution of Weymouth-Reimer Highway as a corridor of commercial activity. The area has seen 14 rezonings granted over the years, R1, R4, B2, B3, C, and I2 zones, changing the character of the area to mixed use. The area's topography naturally creates pockets of land that would not be developed, and a buffer of R2 zoning will separate the northern residentially zoned and used lands from the B2 zoned parcels to the south. The request to rezone parcel number 1-5-F Estate Dono from C to R2 seeks to add acreage to the R2 zoned buffer area. Right-of-way parcels are also included in the request due to possible parcel boundary changes in the future. After analyzing the applicant's request, the department recommends approval of the rezoning request because the mix of surrounding zones and uses would be compatible. The department recognizes the area has changed. The area's development and lack of opposition indicates the mix of uses is desirable. It is noted that cultural resources and flora and fauna surveys will be needed given the extent of undisturbed vegetation within these parcels. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel numbers L-1, 1-1, 1-remainder, C-1, C-remainder, D-remainder, G, H, M, N, P, S, ROW parcel numbers 1-A, C-A, D-A, Q, and R Estate Raccoon, number 5B New Quarters St. Thomas, and parcel numbers 1-1, 1-11, 1-1 remainder, 1-5-B-1, 1-5-B-2, 1-5-B-3, 1-15-1, ROW parcel numbers 1-3 revised -1 and 1-3 revised -remainder, estate Dono, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, and C commercial, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 1-F-5, estate Dono, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas, be rezoned from C commercial to R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated August 4, 2022. That concludes the department's report.
Thank you. Media, can we get the maps on the screen for ZAT-22-11, please?
Please.
And DPNR, can you provide the explanation?
Okay, the parcels that are being requested are the undeveloped properties to the west and south of the current Market Square East and Home Depot. So those undeveloped lots you see to the south of Home Depot, which is to the east of Market Square East, and then to the west of those two developments, those are the properties. Next slide. So another aerial of the area. Next slide. That's the zoning map. Next slide. And that's the flood map showing there's some flooding in that area. Next slide. And that's the list of the properties with their current zoning and the proposed zoning. Next slide. That's the visualization of the parcels, the current zoning in the area. Next slide. And this is depicting the change, those that would be changing to the B2 requests. Next slide. That ends the photos.
All right, thank you. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And we will begin with Senator Elmer Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, testifiers, central staff, and staff alike. I'm going to start off with ZAT-22-4. My first set of question has to do, I was reading through the testimony, and it referenced a section that says, during the Department of Public Works hearing, Mr. Turnbull testified that there's no immediate plans to develop the properties, and the rezoning request is due to the current inability to develop under the substandard A-1 zoning. Now, I'm a full supporter of agriculture. So explain to me when you reference substandard, were you talking about the quality of the land, or do you mean that A1, in your opinion, is substandard property?
Senator Brian Turnbull, Senator Nider.
Okay.
The substandard refers to the minimum lot size.
Okay.
The Virgin Islands zoning code has 2 classifications for agricultural land.
Mm-hmm.
A1 has a minimum lot size of 40 acres. A2 has a minimum lot size of 2 acres. If you do not have 40 acres, but you are in an A1 agricultural zone, it means that 35 acres of that land is substandard, basically.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you so much. I also wanted to asked in regards to, you said this is something you plan on maybe doing in the future. So you're getting it rezoned from now. Do you have any idea of the thought process? Because I understand what you want to do with it, but have you already put out feelers to say how far into the future you plan on potentially starting this development, or it's just up in the air?
1 minute.
Well, I will. Did someone say?
You said 1 minute is the time. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will just say at this moment that at the time when we started this, the substandard classification, the posture that we find ourselves in, having a little less than 29 acres of land in this classification, is what drives this. But then we also noticed all that was happening around us. And when we went back further and did the further research, even in the zoning process, we realized that, the legislature has been recognizing this, and planning had been recognizing this, that agricultural 1 classification, I'm not saying that it's not a viable option in the Virgin Islands, but the acreage is simply too much. So many other things, so many other needs in the community are needed. So we saw the wisdom in continuing with our application.
Okay, thank you so much. May I ask my question in ZAT? Yes.
Could I say, Madam Chair?
1 second. You have to allow the senator to complete her question. She
wanted to respond.
Yes. She will decide that.
Okay.
Well, let me just go ahead and make your statement quickly.
Thank you. Yes, Soraya Diaz-Kofelt of record. I just wanted to add that I'm a second-generation small business owner, and we envision small businesses being in that area, in the commercial or the front area that borders the main Smith Bay Road, and such small businesses that deal with trades such as cabinetry, bakers, upholsterers, but that's not completed, but it's just it's the thoughts that we have and what we have, as Mr. Brian Turnbull said, but nothing has been finalized.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to ZAT 2211, just quickly, 2 parts. Your project also references to future development. Could you share with us potentially how far in the future, if this zoning is approved? And secondly, I wanted to know quickly where that solar farm was behind of Market Square East. Was that a part of Market Square East, or was that private property? Those 2 things I need responded to.
Good questions, Senator. Gershwin Sproul from Market Square East. Your first question. We've been tasked with a number of questions and requests for a number of years to develop certain parts of the property consistent with what's there right now. We've been looking at small developers as well as large developers, and what we found is that for us to really come up with something meaningful, we need to have, the contiguous properties all matching each other, so that one can look at it and we can do a better analysis in terms of what, we can actually put there that will survive. As far as the solar farm, that was not part of the Market Square East zone, but it was property that was owned by the Lockhart companies. We sold that many years ago to the folks that now operate that solar farm.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Senator, was your question answered? I don't think it was. So basically the question was, the property where the solar farm is currently, is that a part of this request? Correct, Senator?
But I think he said they sold it.
So the answer is it yes?
It's no, it's not a part of the Market Square East.
It's a clear no.
No.
Okay, perfect. All right, Senator Johnson, Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have no objection to both of these 2 properties. I see where the department is in full support. And I think I can understand ZAT-22-4. It's business opportunity. The land, state, agriculture, there's no opportunity for growth as far as business is concerned, if I'm right. And then with the Market Square, which is ZAC-2211, do you guys have any marketing plan for this property at this time?
We're good afternoon, Gershwin Sproul again from Market Square East, Senator Johnson. We are in the middle of some planning stages for the entire Market Square East development. We've started some master planning, and in that is when it was revealed that we need to certainly tighten up on the other parcels that were not included in the prior zonings.
So then it's fair to say that there's some interest in developing that area for a small business or whatever you may have in plan.
Yes, Senator.
All right, thank you. I have no objections, and at appropriate time, I definitely will support both of these rezoning, because I can see where the growth of business is on the rise, and we got to make things happen in this territory, and especially when it comes to small business and expanding. But I also want to ask do you guys have any intention for homes? With the, we have a shortage of homes. Do you guys have any intention to win some homes in that area?
Brian Turnbull responding. Senator Johnson, yes, our application includes, it's a mixed zone application. It has commercial and it has R3 for residential.
1 minute.
Are we thinking on some low-income homes where
a variety of housing opportunities? That's the way we would like to term it, because in today's, I don't want to call it just marketplace, but we don't like characterizing communities as one income versus the other. All types of housing opportunities can be afforded under the zoning classification, and to the extent that the marketplace will play a factor in that, then that's what will drive it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I say, at the appropriate time, I will support both initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I am in support of these rezoning. I just wanted to let you know that I did have an opportunity to visit both sites.
Mm-hmm.
I get a really good feel of the land. For ZAT-22-4, you're located right across from the former Sugar Bay resort. And so I know that it's a sizable, and you don't have a fixed idea of exactly what you're plan to do, but part of it is looking at providing affordable homes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm very much in support of that, and also the commercial center. As we go further east, we see a lot of commercial buildings just popping up, and you're not proposing, well, we have a moratorium gas stations anyhow. And so that was one of my other concerns, but I know this legislature has put in place a moratorium. How many jobs do you see, should you begin your development, that you will be able to support?
Senator Brian Turnbull responding. Senator, we did not go into making any economic forecasting for these properties. This is a principled application, the principle based upon general community needs for housing and for commercial expansion in this area, especially this sector of St. Thomas.
Okay, I just want to ask DPNR. DPNR, with these zoning requests, is there any possibility of subdivisions or no?
1 minute.
Do you mean if the applicant chooses to subdivide if granted the rezoning?
Yes.
Yes, there's the opportunity to subdivide.
Okay, so they can subdivide. That was my question. And is that being looked at by Lockhart Properties or by the applicant for ZAT 22-4?
My response again would be that at this time, without the rezoning, we could not get into to that.
Okay.
We didn't go that far.
Right, you don't
the
go, but it is a
we know that yes,
possibility. There's a possibility to
not just a possibility.
subdivide.
There's a great possibility
To
that the
subdivide.
properties can be subdivided.
Okay. Now, Lockhart Properties. Tell us what type of businesses you plan or you're projecting, because we know the whole strip is very much commercialized. A lot of us utilize and patronize some of the commercial spaces there.
Gershwin Sproul, again from Market Square East, Inc. We don't have any specific thought processes yet. There are a number of factors we're looking at.
What are those factors?
We're taking a holistic approach of, the entire acreage that we have out there. And, what's interesting, is that we provided the colored map that kind of represents, what's happening in the area in terms of the various zonings. For example, this isn't a part of the application, but the red that you see on the map that represents R4 zoned property. And, we are mindful of the fact that there is a great need for housing. We're not in the housing space yet, but it is something that we are considering.
Okay.
So, we would probably leave that property the way it is because it's certainly, designed to accommodate that type of housing opportunity.
Time. Okay, Madam Chair, may I wrap up? Continue, just be
Sure,
brief.
I'll be brief. The zoning that we're requesting for the Market Square East proper is just to have the properties contiguously situated, that they're all the same,
Okay.
rather than have mixed match of zoning. It gives
Okay.
for better development plan.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am in support of these two economically geared rezoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Angel Bolcas, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the
Good
testifiers. Agriculture to commercial, that one kind of hurts me a little bit because I'm such a proponent of economic development and agriculture. And I'm just curious to know, and especially that it's actually on a waterline extension, which for me is a big deal when it comes to agriculture. However, I understand that your reasoning is to develop affordable homes and options for churches and other types of businesses which have a lot of economic value for our society. Now, if you can tell me, because I read through the report from DPNR, and there's also another issue concerning endangered species. What measures will you take to assure that these endangered species are protected?
Brian Turnbull responding. We know that the Department of Planning, in its regulatory processes, its permitting process, will require, its Fish and Wildlife Division will require, before any property in this particular area, the earth change process triggers further investigation. Since we were not at that process at that time or stage, or let's say we had gone through this whole thing and the legislature saw it in its, we hopefully not wisdom, but to have denied us, then, it would have been moot. But the change process in DPNR then would require, because they know that this area has this, and as they have cited, would have required that the developer actually go and do a more thorough investigation.
Totally understood.
1 minute.
But as the developer, I just wanted to assure that from your side that you have a motive of following through with that mandate. Next, for 2211, I understand that there was one resident that opposed the development? Is it one or more?
That's quite not clear. I thought there were no oppositions, but I heard in the testimony of DPNR that someone did have a question. So I'm not sure it was a complete opposition. But we have, allayed whatever fears anyone brought to us. I've met with residents as well as others in the community, and certainly have, assured them that, what we're doing is consistent with what we've been doing all along.
Okay, noted. And have you done gotten any reports concerning any predictions of potential flooding due to any development that you may partake in the future?
I believe that flood zone map is flawed, because that's one of the things that we looked at as we considered, the overall development. The area that's shown there, it's like a hill.
Time.
So there's no way that that area can flood, but at the appropriate time, we will look into that matter, and if we need to challenge that and get it amended, we will do so.
Madam Chair, can I just follow up?
Yes,
please?
Your
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I meant is flooding in the valley area, not on the hillside, but has any sort of report been done just for potential?
We have not had any issues with flooding in that Market Square East Center Valley. One of the things that we did when we brought Home Depot there was substantial studies were done to abate any such flooding. We also did that also when the property was sold for the solar farm. Knowing what they were doing, we've put natural barriers in place. There's a couple of settlement ponds around the property that will certainly slow down and abate any type of flood activity.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarification.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Senator Gittins is not here, so we're going to move directly to Senator Samuel Carrion. You may proceed with your 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After hearing the testimony and reviewing the documents that have been presented, seeing that DPNR really has DPNR in the hearing were presented with no oppositions, and the recommendations by DPNR are favorable. I really don't have much to say. I do realize the concern that was brought up in the analysis for DPNR regards to application number ZAT-22-4, with regards to the Virgin Islands tree boa habitat that is located in that area. And that intended development could impact the movement and persistence of the endangered species. I think my colleague kind of mentioned his concern also with regards to that. And there is a request, I guess, for a flora and fauna survey that would be necessary upon development of that area. Are you guys open to having that survey once you decide which direction you intend to take?
Most certainly, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, because we know the tree boa is one of our protected species here.
Yes.
Senator, if I can add, not trying to be facetious, but as you were raising the question, I had a thought. With every burial, I wonder how many tree boas are being affected if they are in the area.
1 minute.
The cemetery being next door.
Next door. I mean, good position presented, and that's up to DPNR and the Division of Fish and Wildlife, to ensure the protection of those species, and understand there are some federally consistent standards for clearing and developing those areas that are protected. Now, I know that the recommendation in some of the space is to be able to grant the rezoning, and others is, especially where the church is, for what they're recommending is a variance. Are you guys okay with that?
Very much so.
Okay. With regards to the Market Square, Assistant Commissioner Richards, are there any concerns? Assistant Commissioner.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in regards to ZAT 2211, are there any concerns you may have?
Time.
Not quite. What the owners have done, they have looked, as Mr. Sproul has said, they've looked at the entire ownership of the inventory there, and they're asking for it to be rezoned so there's a more consistent development pattern as they move forward. It actually works out in the best interest of the public, because if it were to be developed in a manner that it's zoned right now, it would be scattered development, and it would be much more difficult for whoever develops it and the future occupiers to navigate that area. I think the way that they have proposed is a better use pattern that can be planned for the roads, for the infrastructure, and however that area is developed. So in fact, some of the property owners who live up on the higher portion of the area, their initial concern was that there would be a great impact on them. But when they looked at the project in its totality, they saw the why it made sense to make those changes.
Got you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And you speak specifically to which?
That's the Market Square East.
Market Square East. Okay,
development.
thank you. I'm trying to see who's in St. Croix. Senator Sarah is not here. Senator Potter is not here. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, testifiers, and thank
Good
you
afternoon.
for your testimonies. I smile when Mr. Tillman, you mentioned the tree borer and the cemetery, because you are correct. I have met with individuals who own adjacent property next to the cemetery in Smithby, and working with Public Works to have them purchase that property to extend the footprint, because, as you know, there are no lands in St. Thomas St. John District to bury our dead. So it's critical that we do what must be done to bury our people. And everywhere from, I believe, Nazareth to Smithby, they talk about the tree borer. That whole area. So we need to understand the importance of our existence also. That's my 2 cents. Nonetheless, in your testimony and in the line of questioning, you spoke several times to propose use for your property, and you spoke to affordable housing and small to medium-sized commercial business opportunity. I know you don't have a plan per se, but in your thought process, what percentage of that acreage do you see the use of affordable housing for people? What percentage?
19.
Well, if you recall the maps that we had, the larger tract, which is a 7.7 acre parcel, would be the parcel that would be rezoned to R3.
Correct.
And it is within that the confines of that you could develop
housing,
low to moderate,
opportunities.
all the housing
And
varieties of housing opportunities.
I'm happy to hear that. And what do you call affordable? What in your opinion is affordable?
1 minute.
What would you say is affordable in the St. Thomas St. John District? That's my question to you right about now.
I'm sorry that I'm not in a position to answer that. I really don't. My expertise is not in in the affordable market in terms
The
of
reason why I
price.
asked the question because a lot of people talk about affordable housing. Affordable for who? What's affordable? You know, that's the study that really needs to be done because what's affordable to some is not really affordable. You know, so that's why I asked that question. In your thought process, what's affordable to you?
Senator, if you would allow me, my client and I did discuss during this whole process from the time we started, we did think about this whole area. There are other projects, affordable housing projects, and I don't like calling them projects.
Communities.
Communities, where I believe it's a tax credit system was being used.
Correct.
And we thought that on this end of the island, in this quadrant, we call it the east quadrant, northeast quadrant of the island, there are not those types of communities. And in our thinking, when we thought about R3, we were thinking that if the opportunities, again, if the marketplace and the conditions prevail, this would lend itself for this quadrant, because you would not find this type of communities in this quadrant of the island. So this lends itself to that, but the marketplace have to
Thank you so
drive
much, Madam Chair. In closing, Madam Chair, in closing, can I just speak to Market Square East in a couple seconds? Thank you, Madam Chair. And in respect to Market Square East, I believe the master plan that you are developing has great opportunities because that area is just robust, you know, and it's a good space. And I look forward to see what plans you do have, and as I continue to support the businesses in that area, and also look forward to see the expansion of that area in this district. Thank you so much for your investment, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm not seeing
Anybody else?
any other senators coming to the floor, so I am going to begin with my quick questions. Let me just start by saying that I am in full support of these two requests for rezoning that's before us. The zoning for Market Square East does have a complicated look, but it isn't as complicated as it looks. It's just how the different parcels are cut up, if you will. So I'm in full support of that. We continue to talk about economic development, and the homes that are in that area are really on the, that would be the north side on the hill,
Yes.
away from exactly the area that you're trying to rezone. Is that correct, Mr. Sproul?
Yes, Madam Senator.
All right, my classmate. I like how a guy this afternoon. Okay, and so I don't have any issue with that. I know that, you know, one of the things that we really need to be pushing on at this point is, so we know that the Kmarts in the Virgin Islands are pretty much serving just the Virgin Islands, if you will, and probably a few other states, and we really need to be looking towards getting a larger, anchor store. And I know that you work for Lockwood Companies as well, and they currently lease to the Kmarts, correct?
Yes.
That's all in one family.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
so
Lockhart is a parent
Parent.
to Market Square East. I'm also the president of Lockhart Realty, which is a parent to Market Square East.
okay, so that's something that we should be in a position to. We need to put ourselves in a position to be able to shop at a store that we can go in and get whatever it is we need, and that's not really the case right now. So when we enter Kmart, it seems, a little Todd-Wallish these days, and for valid reasons, because the Kmarts throughout the U.S. are pretty much closed. So I'm happy that you're looking to redevelop this area, and from an economic perspective, so we should be giving consideration to some large anchor stores or Amazon box stores or whatever it is, but we need to see something that is really fruitful in that area. So in total, the request for Market Square East is about 12.2 acres, 12.22 acres.
No, it's 21.601. It's split between two estates, Estate Rapun and Estate Dunu.
Okay, so the Estate Rapun is how much?
It's 13.23 acres.
23, and the Estate Dunu?
8.328 acres.
Okay, so the Estate Dunu is on the other side of the road?
No.
Let me understand that.
It's Estate Dunu would be where Cost You Less would be the beginning point of Estate Dunu. There's almost an imaginary line between. I don't know if you've looked west of Cost You Less. You see the space.
Yes.
Well, that's the boundary point between the two estates.
I see. Okay, so totally understand. Okay, and then let's go to the Coalfelt Living Trust. I note specifically in your testimony, you said that you don't have any immediate plans for developing the area. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
However, you do have a proposed conceptual site plan?
Yes.
Okay, so is this something that we can anticipate seeing in the future?
I'm sorry?
Based on the site plan that you've proposed, is this something that we anticipate seeing in the future?
Yes, it is something that you could anticipate in the future. It's our conceptualization of if the rezoning was granted, this is how these properties can be developed. The prototype calls for small businesses, so a number of opportunities could be afforded to small businesses, and then a variety of housing types also can be done. So we laid it out based on what we conceptualize.
Okay, so I keep hearing some of my colleagues talk about low-income homes. And I think that we have to want more for our Virgin Islanders. I think we also continue to talk about workforce development and Virgin Islanders coming back home and the like. So the strong consideration should be for moderate income or a mixed income, similar to what's done on a national level. So we should not continue to be in the market for low-income homes.
Well,
low-income communities. We need to have a mixed bag, and that will solve a lot of our socio-economic issues that we have in the Virgin Islands. So I want us to really begin to think about, and this is not for you, this is just me having an open conversation, moving away from this low-income conversation and move to a mixed bag of moderate income and the like. So you don't know what income levels are of the individuals who are in fact occupying the units. Okay, so then everybody understands this is how you live. So let's move away from having the low-income conversation. Then I think I heard a concern around agriculture and the fact that this is agricultural land. So, and I only have perspective on this because I believe sometime in the 33rd legislature, and we have the commissioner of DPNR, the assistant commissioner of DPNR here, there was a zoning request that came before us where a family, their home was being, they were doing renovations to their home, and apparently they were trying to get a loan, and they were unable to do so because of the zoning of agricultural land. And let me just ask then, are we aware, DPNR, of any agricultural activity occurring in this area for the past 30 years?
Not of any significance.
Okay.
When the zoning maps were established in 1972, they looked at what land was in agriculture at the time, and Smith Bay area was an established agricultural area at the time. However, and there are others on St. Thomas, but Smith Bay. But over the last 30 years, there has not been significant. There are some small farmers. There's some small, they're owners who raise some small livestock, but not anything significant. No expansion, more contraction.
Okay. Thank you for your response. And then we talked about the tree boa habitat. Is there a commitment? We need to make sure that we get that commitment for you on the record. While there may be other development there, are you committed once you move in the direction, if this is approved, of developing this area, to ensuring that we save the tree borer habitat as much as possible in that area?
Yes, Senator.
All right, that's important. And I don't have any other questions. I was hoping that, I guess some of my colleagues had to travel back to St. Croix. But if we don't have any other questions, I'm going to ask the representative for ZAT-22-4, either Attorney Kofeld or Mr. Turnbull, to give a 30-second closing remark.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to all the senators who are present or listening or participating by video. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our rezoning application. And one of the senators commented earlier, questioned about the process through DPNR for rezoning. And I would like to say that it was very streamlined and very professional. And I appreciated very much how they did their work. And unfortunately, this was already scheduled for a hearing in June, but I was not able to attend, and you graciously put it off for another date. But thank you again, and we look forward to getting a very positive vote on this so we can move forward and develop that land that has been planned for many years, and then sell a portion to the Community Baptist Church.
Thank you. Mr. Sproul, ZAT-22-11, 30-second close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a pleasure to testify before the body this afternoon. Certainly, the Lockett Companies is poised to do whatever is necessary to advance the economic welfare of this community. Certainly, there's jobs, there's a variety of things that can come out of these type of proposed developments. I do like your thought processes and the fact that we need to think differently as we look at the sort of developments we're doing, especially in the residential space. We don't like the term affordable. We tend to think of market rate or workforce development as we're looking at the residential area as a new avenue of business opportunity for us.
Time.
Thank you again.
Thank you. And Assistant Commissioner Richards, 30-second close.
Good afternoon again. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to provide its recommendation and its input into this process. I really want to thank Ms. Laplace Matthew and Ms. Polemas because they are the ones who put in the work to make sure that we get our recommendations in and that we provide the best analysis and the best advice to this process. So on behalf of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and Commissioner Earle, we thank you again for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the essential staff who stayed in paint with us today to make sure that we got through this long taxing day with zonings and easements. If we don't have any other further questions, concerns, the Committee of the Whole is here of today. What's today? November 17th is hereby adjourned.